Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 28. Chair offers up a substitute to House Bill 28. Yep. There we go. Okay. Chair calls Judy Corrigan, Jeanette McKenzie, Melanie Carpenter, and where do you have Kelly?
No, different person. Kelly. I think Kelly Mack's her mom, Avery.
And Kelly Mack.
Kelly Mack.
Do we have to ask for permission to remove her? Or does she want to?
She does, as long as she doesn't talk. Then.
Just, okay. We're going to show Kelly Mack as registered for the U.S. Pain Foundation itself and against the bill not testifying. The next panel will be Francisco Aponte, Jao Mitchell, Nicole Holt, Chandel Strickland. Record shows we have Judy Corrigan. Judy Corrigan, we show you you're registered on behalf of Syntex CBD LLC and self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for being here and listening and asking thoughtful questions. I really appreciate how you all are listening. I opened Syntex CBD in November of 2018. My kids joined me when I opened my second store in 2019. And we are a family-owned and operated health and wellness hemp specialty business. When I first opened, there was not yet a consumable hemp program. I had to self-regulate and do my best to figure out best practices. And I'm a rule follower, and I didn't have any rules really to follow yet. We continue to do so while we're waiting for our legislature to give us the reasonable regulation that would have prevented some of the problems our industry is experiencing today. For 6.5 years, my team of highly trained professionals have been responsibly and safely serving our customers with genuine care and concern. We provide education and high-quality products to help our customers with mental and physical issues. We have seen our products promote life-changing positive results to our customers. I'm here today to implore you to allow us to continue serving Texans what they want and what they need. Serious and professional hemp stores like us are a part of the answer to the dilemma we are facing today. Teacup is not enough. At Syntex CBD, we already require reliable COAs before we add products to our store. We've never sold products that look like children's candy or name brand snacks, or THCO or THCP. We only sell hemp products that have a potential health benefit. We already sell our THC products in child-resistant packaging. We already check IDs. We don't sell poison to children, and that accusation is obscenely unfair and untrue. When I first started Syntex CBD, about 7% of people had even heard of CBD.
Thank you, Ms. Corrigan. Members, are there
Thank you.
questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We have a Jeanette McKenzie,
Yes, sir.
and you are Jeanette McKenzie. You're registered on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Please
correct.
proceed.
Good afternoon, representatives. My name is Jeanette McKenzie. I'd like to start by expressing gratitude to you, Mr. Chairman, and fellow committee members for your patience and consideration of our testimonies on this topic. I currently serve as the Director of People for Texas Cannabis Collective, a local volunteer-ran nonprofit. I also previously worked on the campaigns to decriminalize misdemeanor possession in both Denton and Dallas. Unlike many who are here today, I do not work for any hemp-related businesses, nor do I work for any medical cannabis companies, nor am I a patient. I'm simply a concerned citizen and a passionate volunteer in this community. I've heard concerns from legislators today that I don't want to dismiss or make light of. These concerns all originate from a place of concern for public safety, which is not without basis. The current regulations for the hemp market are not being properly enforced due to a lack of infrastructure and systems supporting accountability. There is also a need for additional regulations as cannabis science has evolved in recent years. I'd like to approach these concerns from a perspective of harm reduction, an evidence-based philosophy that emphasizes individual liberty by aiming to reduce negative consequences associated with any behavior or action that has potential risk. Regulation is harm reduction. For example, if a bar is knowingly selling alcohol to minors or over-serving guests, TABC shuts them down. Bartenders and servers are required to go through training to obtain TABC licenses and renew these licenses every 2 years. This is harm reduction. Education and regulation are proven methods that reduce harm and keep our communities safe. And let me tell you, as someone who works in fine dining, no one messes around when it comes to TABC. Cannabis is complex, though. There are hundreds of cannabinoids that have different benefits, the majority of which are not psychoactive. Limiting cannabis to the beverage market and reducing it to solely THC would be a disservice to the plant and the potentials it offers. What cannabis needs is its own version of TABC that is specific to these products and led by experts in the complexities of the plant. Additionally, my concern as a citizen lies in the criminalization aspect of this bill. As has been previously stated, there is no regulatory authority able to stop out-of-state direct-to-consumer mailed sales, and there is a demand for these products beyond drinks.
Thanks, Ms. McKenzie. Members, are questions for this witness? See none, I appreciate you being here. We have Melanie Carpenter. We show you as Melanie Carpenter, registered on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee members. Yes, my name is Melanie Carpenter, and I am here on behalf of myself and my husband, and also in support of my customers. We opened our health and wellness store 5 years ago in Siena, Texas, a master plan community just outside of Houston, and immediately became, the community immediately embraced us because they trusted us. If you want to understand kind of what our customer looks like, it's me, 40 to 60-year-old Gen Xer living in the suburbs. At the very least, we suffer from pain and anxiety, menopause, and aging. But we also have customers. I have veterans with PTSD and also injuries that they sustained while serving our country. I have customers that have Tourette's, rheumatoid arthritis, I can say that, neurological issues, and they all come to us because they trust us and they know that we're safe. We also have customers with seizures, and our customers also fighting cancer. I have had a gentleman come in, he was a veteran, his wife was terminal, and he came in one day, and when he walked in the door, I could just tell something was wrong. He came up to the counter, he grabbed his Hometown Hero gummies, he came up to the counter, he said, we received bad news today, and I could just tell by the tone of his voice, and he said, but at least I know my wife will sleep well tonight. Gave me the chills, teary-eyed, and I kind of tell that story because it really has touched my heart. We fully support regulations. We have never sold to anyone under 21. All of our products are third-party tested. We have the QR codes. I have a sample in my purse right now if you want to see it. I pulled up the code today. It is THC with a smidge of CBD. And so we're fully for not marketing to children and keeping our customers safe.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Members, are questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Francisco Xavier Aponte, Jao Mitchell, Nicole Holt, Chandel Strickland. The next panel will consist of Anish Abraham, Rhonda Howard, Mitch Fuller, Armand Lalani. We have Francisco Aponte. Okay, we're going to show Francisco Aponte, registered as self, against the bill, not testifying. We are, so do we have Joao Mitchell?
Joao.
Joao.
Yes, sir.
Joao, sorry about that. Joao Mitchell, I have show you registered as on behalf of ATX Organics, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Chairman King, Vice Chair Hernandez, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today in opposition of HB 28. My name is Joao Mitchell, and I am the General Manager of ATX Organics, a locally owned dispensary based here in Austin, Texas, with 2 brick-and-mortar locations. I'm an extremely proud third-generation Texan that was born and raised in Houston. In about a month, I will graduate from St. Edward's University with a bachelor's degree in environmental science and political science. I love Texas dearly. I have never called another state home, and I promise you that will never change. My love for this state and its people is why I'm testifying in opposition to this bill today. I've been working in the hemp industry for more than 4 years, and it is obvious to me that hemp products should not be accessible to those under the age of 21. It is also obvious to me that hemp products should be thoroughly tested and sold in child-resistant packaging. These are measures that everyone in the hemp industry has always been in favor of, as they would not only make products safer for Texans, they would also increase the legitimacy of our industry. I have heard and understood concerns today about vape pens, and I have the solution right here. This is a live rosin vape. It is fully plant-based, full spectrum, solventless, and free of synthetics. I don't appreciate that HB 28 prioritizes the concerns of the alcohol industry over those of the hemp industry. Preventing vertical integration of the companies in our industry through the enforcement of a 3-tier system will increase costs for us as well as our customers. TABC is an agency with a noted history of corruption and bad actors. DISH is much better equipped to regulate the hemp industry and has experience in doing so. Thank you for listening to my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions? Mr. Mitchell? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Nicole Holt? Nicole Holt. We're going to show Nicole Holt, registered for Texans, to testify on behalf of Texans for safe and drug-free youth and self, against the bill, not testifying. Is it Shandell?
Shandell Strickland.
Shandell. We show you as Shandell Strickland, registered on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, just in regards to the shipping questions that we had earlier today, took it upon my own to search it out, and on the UPS website, hemp and CBD products. This is per the 21 United States Code, subsection 802.16. Marijuana, hemp, CBD is prohibited under any circumstances, even when marijuana is for medicinal purposes or is otherwise legal under the state's law. And down below, it goes on to say that hemp liquid products intended for vaporization are prohibited in the U.S. network. And so that detail is there. But what I'm hearing today is that it's profits over people, especially with HB 28. I'm here to just confirm that I'm against synthetic THC period, in any products and in beverages. This is my son here before using THC products. He was a student athlete, student leader who served on his high school principal advisory board, attended district-wide invite-only leadership trainings, was known for standing up to school bullies, and always did the right thing. He was an athlete on a full-ride scholarship and engineering major. He looks nothing like this today, this picture here. Today, he's 22 years old and is struggling with an addiction to THC. 4 years ago, I was thrust into learning about THC when my son experienced his first psychotic break that landed him in a psychiatric ward in a hospital. Blood toxicology reports confirmed only THC was in his system. His diagnosis was cannabis-induced psychosis. The psychologist assigned to him gave me a crash course in THC, what it does to the brain, what my son's recovery would look like, and ended with a recommendation for him to take a medical withdrawal from school because he simply would not have the cognitive ability to continue with school. Once home, his thoughts were fragmented. The smallest bit of stress, like asking him too many questions, would cause him to mentally freeze. He experienced insomnia, which caused my husband to take the night shift of keeping watch over him to ensure he didn't leave our home or hurt himself.
Ms. Strickland.
My son would stay up and ramble.
Thank you for your testimony,
And so
ma'am.
the years that followed, I want to talk about how these
ma'am,
products. They give
No,
you a
your-
high,
your
and they
time-
also
your
give you
time
an
is-
extreme
your time is
low.
up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are there questions for Ms. Strickland? Seeing none, I appreciate you being here. Okay. Chair calls Anish Abraham, Rhonda Howard, Mitch Fuller, Armand Lalani. Anish Abraham? Anish Abraham. Okay, we're going to show Anish Abraham was here on behalf of Tazo Farms, against the bill, not testifying. Rhonda Howard?
Yes.
We show you as Rhonda Howard testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rhonda from Houston. I am a parent, a mental health professional, and I work in a hospital in the cardiology unit. This farm bill was meant for good. Several years ago, I could go into a health food store and buy non-consumable CBD products and pain relief of consumable drops. The industry took advantage of the loophole or the wording of the bill to create these mind-altering derivatives that you now buy on every corner gas station and smoke shop. I understand seizure disorder. Certain hemp products are crucial to relief. My aunt had MS and relied on hemp products for pain. What I don't understand is the testimony of vendors stating how the industry is making billions of dollars, and it's going to hurt their pockets and jobs. It takes one mislabeled product to change someone's life forever. And how much is that worth? My son had mild anxiety and started using the products at 18 when he went off to college at where'd he go? Sam Houston State. He's now 24. His brain is severely damaged due to the addiction. I'm testifying on my experience only. Who will regulate? Who will pay for the regulation? It's like trying to put a genie back in a bottle, and the bottle keeps changing. I have already been paying for treatment, and I'm in debt, and I'm paying for treatment because insurance doesn't recognize THC addiction. Doctors and mental health professionals are not even understanding the impact of these products. Are you willing to gamble with the lives of young people's brains so that someone can have a beverage or walk around to their corner store, vape store to purchase a gummy? This bill, as written, is a gamble.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. I have one question. We've heard a lot of testimony about Delta 8, Delta 9, synthetic, whatever. Would you mind, do you know what your son was taking?
Yeah, he started off with just regular cannabis, THC, and because he was in college at the time, I'm sure he was getting stuff in the mail.
Yeah.
and from the local. And then when he came home when COVID happened, it really put a damper on just college kids in general. So they came home and they were isolated. So he started going to the local vape stores to get his stuff. Well, that then turned into the explosiveness. I mean,
A
he was
mislabeled
already-
product,
Yeah.
as you mentioned, could have been there.
Yeah.
And
So
you
he's-
don't know, and nobody
yeah.
really knows at this point, right?
Well, with his first break for the THC, he was in a hospital. He got admitted. We did all kind of, he went to and got CT scan. We thought was related to boxing that he was doing. It wasn't. It was, THC was in his system immediately. They couldn't test the variants, right? It just comes out of THC. So when he went back, he stopped, and he just took mild antipsychotics for a little bit. I didn't know the damage that it could be due. I didn't know the addiction that, because everybody doesn't think you're addicted to it, but because of the quantity, the amount that it's not regulated, and you don't know how much you're getting. And when he went to the shops and was getting the Delta 8 stuff and the Delta 9 stuff and whatever else he could buy, I didn't know that there was a danger. So education is really important for us.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you answering my question. Members, are there other questions? Ms. Howard? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mitch Fuller?
Yes,
Okay, we show you as Mitch Fuller. You're representing VFW, Department of Texas, and yourself, and you're neutral on the bill.
that's incorrect. I'm testifying in opposition to the bill.
In opposition?
Yes.
We have your permission to
Yes, sir,
change
you
that?
do.
Thank,
Yes,
one
sir.
second.
Yes.
So let's get our paperwork straight.
Yeah.
All right, now we show you as Mitch Fuller, representing VFW, Department of Texas, and self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Thank you. Yes, I am, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
proceed.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we are in opposition to House Bill 28 because it takes off the table an alternative to opioids and antidepressants that many of us use. And I'm one of those individuals. You're going to hear some powerful testimony later in this hearing. We have a vending machine that sells tested products, and I assure you they are not synthetic. We've heard a lot of talk about synthetic products. Today, my VFW post has a vending machine that sells these products in our post. They're tested since October of 2021. So there was no loophole exploited. House Bill 1325 in 2019 very clearly made this legal after the passage of the 2018 federal farm bill. So this bill would allow hemp-infused beverages, but not the edibles, and also not the topical roll-on. There's also a THC product, a hemp THC product, a topical roll-on similar to Icy Hot, that is very effective in basic pain management. So I'll be back on the other bill, so I'll leave it there, but we're opposed to this. Chairman King, we would ask you to work with us on getting this because there needs to be regulation. There are bad actors. The VFW supports regulation of these products.
Thank you, Mr. Fuller. Mr. Raymond has a question.
Chairman, thank you. Hey, Mitch. Excuse me. I know obviously and I've loved working with you all these years, brother.
Yes, sir.
So it's good to see you.
Yes.
I know the main focus for you is going to be veterans, right? So would you, either in testimony now or maybe following up with the chairman and others here, give us some idea what you would do if you could do something that took the existing program, what do we call it? Teacup? The teacup program. I just know compassionate youth, but it's teacup, I guess, now referred to. And what you would do to expand that, or how you would make it a much better program, if you will. And we've heard some testimony where it says it's too expensive, it's
Right.
hard, whatever, right? So if you can envision either in saying something right now, if you've thought about it, or not, follow up with us on what you could do at least to address veterans, right? And I'm not saying that other folks don't matter and other folks' testimony and interest don't matter, but with reference to veterans, since that's your deal, right? Do you want
Veterans-
to comment on that?
I do. We've thought a lot about that, and just so you know,
Okay.
it is a legislative priority of the Texas VFW.
So what it would look like, if nothing else, Mitch, we took care of veterans, what that looks like?
Hemp-derived consumables have 0.03 THC. The teacup program has 1% THC. It's got a higher dose, it's got a higher level of THC. Hemp-derived consumables are affordable, accessible, and effective. The teacup program is not as accessible and not as affordable. We want every option in the toolbox. We support psychedelics, we support hyperbaric oxygen chambers, we support, there's an ibogaine bill, we support all those alternatives because everybody is different. Whatever that alternative to opioids and antidepressants is different for everybody.
But we're dealing with hemp here, right?
Yes.
So what I'd like for you to think about, and maybe you got to go back and think on it a little bit more, what does that look like? What if we didn't do anything else, and I'm not talking about just drinks, but everything, right, with reference to hemp, what that looks like to make it where we can take care of veterans?
Regulate it more.
Okay, but you're leaving it open to everybody. That scenario you're saying are only open to veterans.
No, that's everybody, because this is about our families too.
But I'm going to ask you, because I'm trying to help the chairman here and the author of the bill and trying to figure this out, is what it looks like if it's at least taking care of veterans. And that's what I think you need to go back and type out something, man. I know you want to help everybody, and I appreciate that. But I'm just trying to figure out how we make sure veterans, at the end of the day, that whatever we do here, whatever the legislature does, that at minimum, we take care of veterans. Obviously, I think there are other folks that we'd like to take care of, whether you want to talk about the young man that we had up on the dais today, who had a rare form of cancer, right? I mean, there are other folks that I think many of us here would want to take care of. But I'm asking you if you could come up with something, and maybe, by the way, when you come up with something that says this takes care of veterans, at minimum, we would like this to be available to veterans in this way, where they don't have to go drive 200 miles, where they don't have to pay this much, where it actually does help them. So if you can give us that model, then maybe we can agree to that model, and then the debate becomes who else in addition to veterans, if anyone else, should have access to that. That's,
If we can start with this, Mr. Chairman, don't take something away from us that works. And that's all hemp-derived consumables.
Thank you
All of
very
them.
much. Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, 1 second, Mr. Turner. Let the record reflect that Representative Vanchia is with us. Now go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Floyd, thank you for being here. And thank you for being here every week, just about advocating for veterans in our
Yes,
state.
sir.
And we always love hearing from you. So you talked about the vending machine specifically in the VFW post. I read about that a while back. Is that in Fort
It's my post in Leander, and there's 5 or 6 other posts in Texas, Representative Turner, that have these products.
How do you, so just looking at like that project, those
Representative
vending
Turner.
machines.
I made a mistake, okay, in recognizing you. No, I'm kidding. You can ask your questions, but I forgot to recognize Representative Metcalf. Now, finish your questioning. I'm sorry.
As I said, I think you said my name correctly. Like,
I go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. How do you make sure the products in those machines are safe? Because you alluded to that there's no synthetics or chemically modified substances in those. But what is your quality control process? Because I think that as I'm hearing all this testimony today, that's part of what I'm wondering, like how do we get better, if we're going to have hemp for sale in the state of Texas, consumable, whether it's drinks or something else, or all the above, how do we make sure it's at least not harmful? And it seems like y'all have some sort of process or quality control.
We do. We
that
work
you-
with good actors, and there's a QR code on the product where you've heard that alluded to by some of the good actors in the industry earlier. So veterans are not going to put poison into our body because we were given poison by the VA, the pharmaceutical cocktails. We're damn sure not going to put something in our bodies that we are choosing to put in our bodies that's bad. So Representative Turner, the QR code where you click on that and you know what's in it. You know that it's not made in China, and so some of these other products that were alluded to earlier, get those off the shelf. Regulate the hell out of this industry. So in the veteran community, we've chosen this is an option in the toolbox that works for us. It works.
And the information that you access through that QR code, you feel confident in?
Yes.
That if it's there, it is
100%.
legit. It's what it says.
Yes,
it
sir.
is.
Yes, sir.
And you've never had any issues?
No.
That you're aware of?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here. Marcy.
Yes,
she and I
yes,
spoke
one of our
this-
best leaders
Yeah,
in the
she
VFW.
and I spoke this weekend.
Yes.
Can you help us identify and understand the issues with the current teacup program, which she told me was about, it's hard to get access to it, it's expensive. Can you go into that a little bit?
Yes, and she did verify that you talked, and we appreciate all of your offices, by the way, as we have visited about this issue. And as you recall from that conversation you had with her, she was with five people.
Yes.
And 4 of them use hemp-derived consumables. And so that it's important in the community. We support the expansion of the Texas Compassionate Use Program, but we want both of those options, and we want other options if veterans choose to use those options. The Teacup program is not as accessible or affordable as hemp-derived consumables. There's a wait time. It could cost $200 to see a doctor every time. And by the way, the VA doesn't cover any of this. So this is not something that the VA will take care of because marijuana is federally illegal. So the Teacup program, and I know I can't reference other legislation, but there is other legislation that is going to expand Teacup, and it's been frozen since March 17th. So that's what we're afraid of, Representative Metcalf and members of this committee, is the strategy in the other chamber is to steer everybody to to teacup, take hemp away from us, try to steer everybody into teacup. And as it stands right now, that's not very accessible and it's not affordable. And that's what concerns us is we're going to get hemp taken away from us, and we're going to be left with a very expensive and not as accessible Texas Compassionate Use Program that has also got 1% THC. Hemp has 0.03. So 1% THC is too much. That's too high of a dosage for some veterans. So you're taking one choice away from us, and you've got a limited program in teacup that's left in place.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Members, are there other questions of this panel? Huh? Oh, yeah. I forgot. Hang on one second. Armand Lalani? Armand? Okay, we're going to show Armand Lalani here to testify for self and for the bill. It's too bad he wasn't here. Is there any? There's the one person. All right. Any further questions of these two witnesses? No. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent testimony. Appreciate it. All right. Chair calls Joshua Martinez. Rado Ivanov, Brent Bird, and Francisco Martinez. Joshua Martinez, Rado Ivanov, Brent Bird, Francisco Martinez.
Are coming from the other
Okay.
room. This is the next panel.
Okay. What does that say?
Lori,
I have some information.
Octo?
Octave,
Octave?
probably.
Okay. Next panel will consist of Nori Octave, Mignon Young, Nathan Bishara, and Hayden Meek. Francisco Martinez?
Yeah, just go ahead, sit down.
Yes.
Okay. We have Joshua Martinez?
Yes, right here.
You're Joshua Martinez.
sir.
Okay. I see you as Joshua Martinez. You registered on behalf of Grass Monkey LLC and Self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is
Please
correct.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for your time. I'm an owner and operator that used to sell edibles and vapes and other kinds of products until I educated myself within the 4 years through the Texas Hemp Coalition, Texas Cannabis Collective, and the Texas Hemp Business Council to further educate myself. And now I only sell one very specific unique hemp product that is manufactured and tested in Texas. It is my belief that this bill will not protect our children, but rather ruin their futures by pushing them into illicit, dangerous markets while making them felons at the same time. More recently, we have seen a rise in arrests from Texans seeking medical or recreational cannabis by purchasing from markets where it is legal and bringing it across state lines. Here in Texas, we have the freedom to consume alcohol responsibly and even allow our children to drink underage with a parent or legal guardian present in public. Even though in Texas, 19% of alcohol-impaired drivers involved in fatal crashes are aged between 15 and 20 years old. And 42.37% of all traffic deaths are caused by drunk drivers. But a minor charged for driving under the influence is a Class C misdemeanor, not a felony. Unlike if a child gets caught with edibles or concentrates, it's a felony, taking away their right to vote and their voice. By regulating the market and keeping cannabis grown, manufactured, and monitored in Texas, we can ensure that we have a safe, monitored, and regulated market that many Texas farmers, manufacturers, and business owners are already practicing. Texas A&M University is leading the charge on hemp research and has even decriminalized marijuana on campus. More research will only reveal the wonderful properties this plant has in the medical, agriculture, and commercial applications and field. Cannabis has been around just as long as alcohol, and in Texas, we have the freedom to consume alcohol and even brew and distill spirits, beer and spirits in the privacy of our own homes. These products have enhanced the lives of so many of my family members that have struggled with alcohol addiction. Texas is about personal liberties and a free market economy, and the right to own and do whatever you want in the comfort of your own home and enjoy responsibly. The massive amount of taxes could be used to pay for the regulation of cannabis farming, manufacturing, and sales. And I'm certain that the two gentlemen who testified last week to bring the movie industry to Texas would agree that if we can make the best movies here in Texas with Texans, that we can provide the best cannabis in Texas
Thank you,
by
Mr.
Texans for
Martinez.
Texans.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions for Mr. Martinez? Not seeing any at this time. Rado Ivanov? We'll show you, as I'm maybe saying this wrong, Rado?
Yes, sir.
Rado Ivanov, you're here on behalf of Texarkana Organics and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman King, members of the committee. My name is Rado Ivanov, and I represent my small family-owned business, Texarkana Organics. We strongly oppose HB 28, a bill that would effectively put my family and many others out of business. Back in 2020, during the global pandemic and due to some unfortunate events, I discovered the benefits of a plant called hemp. Inspired by its potential, I decided to invest my life savings and started a company without external funding, unlike some of the large corporations in Teacup, or taking any loans from anyone. But what I did get throughout the last 5 years are countless messages and feedback from people expressing their gratitude and telling us how our products changed their life forever. Their stories gave me something I had been searching for my entire life, which is a purpose. And that purpose is what brought me here today. We're not opposing sensible regulations, including age gating, certified lab testing, and packaging, which we have been doing since day one. Without repeating a lot of what was said today, I would refer back to a statement of Ms. Hayes and try to summarize what others have said. It doesn't make sense to restrict and allow one type of consumption method or strip out a lot of the beneficial parts of the plant. There is a lot of people that are in this industry for the right reasons and doing the right things. There is a lot of veterans, seniors, and people that rely on those products to function normally. As a new parent, I sympathize with all the parents on both sides of the bill. I believe that what everyone can agree on is that we need to study the plant and educate our community. With bans and strict restrictions, that won't be possible. Also, Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate your honesty admitting that there will be a large negative effect if this bill passed through, which for me and my family will be the case. And instead of maybe starting small, I do have a proposal, a different thing that we can do is to kind of flip the funnel and start working on the most important things first. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Brent Bird?
Yes, sir.
Show you as Brent Bird. You're here on behalf of This, That, CBD, and Self, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Brent Bird. I own a company called This, That, CBD. I've worked in the legal plant medicine industry for over 10 years. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today, so thank you for your time. My business is a small family business that myself and my nephew run along with 5 other employees. We specialize in all natural products with zero synthetics. Our all natural products cost more and are generally sold by small, ma and pa, high-quality boutique hemp retailers. These store owners are all searching for the cleanest and healthiest products. I'd like to talk about an elephant in the room in case this information is new for you. Some politicians are taking money from big alcohol, big pharma, and corporate cannabis to push harmful legislation like HB 28. Hence a bill that just wants drinks to be allowed and all other delivery systems banned. These same big money groups are lobbying and pushing similar bills in other states like Florida and Tennessee. Instead of working with Texas hemp industry to develop common sense regulations like age restrictions and child-proof packaging, they're pushing for outright bans. That's not about safety. It's about protecting the interest of massive corporations at the expense of small businesses and public access to safe, regulated alternatives. Everyone I know in this industry is in favor of better regulation. We care deeply about public health and safety. Let's also be clear, Texas hemp is regulated, even though earlier it was stated the industry is unregulated. The Department of State Health Services and the Department of Agriculture oversee this industry here in Texas. Full panel lab testing is required in Texas. Retailers and wholesalers must register, pay license fees, and are subject to inspections, just like alcohol and tobacco businesses. HB 28 is not about public safety. It is about control, and these bans, if they pass, the youth who are determined to access these products will turn to the black market, where unregulated products can be laced with fentanyl and other dangerous substances. That's the real threat to our kids.
Members, there are questions for this witness? Seeing none, we have, record shows we have Francisco Martinez.
Yes, sir.
You're Francisco Martinez. You're registered on behalf of Bahama Mama and Self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me, Mr. Chairman. My name is Francisco Martinez. I'm here today to voice my opposition to HB 28. I was born and raised in Houston, Texas, and I am currently a state licensed master electrician. I am a partner for a CBD wellness store here in Houston, and I am also a consumer of hemp-derived THC products for help with sleep. I started using consumable TH products about a year ago after trying other products like melatonin and teas, and they had little or no results for me personally. And I'll get a lot better sleep at night. I'm able to be more productive in my day-to-day operations at my job as a result of getting better sleep, restful sleep each night. And I know that we have helped many of our customers with their sleep and anxiety problems with our certified and lab-tested CBD and THC products, as well as for pain with our CBD topical creams. I'm here today to urge you to vote against HB 28 as it would negatively impact our business, if not destroy it completely, and cause many hardworking Texans that we employ to possibly lose their jobs and livelihood. It would also cost the state of Texas hundreds of millions of dollars in lost tax revenue, and I don't even want to think of where the state would look into to make up for that lost tax revenue. It sure as heck better not be higher property taxes. In closing, I would like to state that we are for third-party testing for THC products, child-proof packaging, age requirements for purchasing any and all hemp products. Thank you for your time, and please keep an open mind as you have your closed-door meetings regarding our industry. I would also like to state that I just learned today about the beverages and the beverage companies coming in and kind of swooping in on that. I'm also a part-time brewer, so I kind of see their angle as the that part of it. But anyway, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions, Mr. Martinez? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. All right, Chair calls Nori Akhtu, Mignon Young, Nathan Bishara, Hayden Meek. Next panel will consist of James Brunk, Jessica Dallas, Gregory Laird, and Javier Ayala. Nori Akhtu, did I say that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I show you as Nori Akhtu, registered on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
I first want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here as a concerned Texan who has seen the positive impact hemp can have on people's lives and why it deserves thoughtful, science-based policy, not fear-driven restriction. Across the state, people are turning to hemp-derived products for relief. Veterans use them to manage PTSD. Chronic pain sufferers use them to reduce or eliminate opioids. People with anxiety, insomnia, or high stress levels are finding safer, more natural alternatives. And for many, hemp is a better option than alcohol. Hemp has no lethal overdose threshold. There has been 0 deaths due to natural derived THC. It's not associated with liver damage, drunk driving fatalities, or violent crime the way alcohol is. Unlike many prescription drugs, hemp doesn't carry the same risk of dependency or long-term organ damage. Hemp supports a better quality of life, better sleep, reduced anxiety, improved focus, and it does so with fewer long-term health risks. There's still an outdated stigma around hemp, especially when it comes to hemp-derived cannabinoids. That stigma too often influences policy. There will always be people that abuse anything that is put in front of them, but this isn't about reckless use. It's about responsible adults making informed, safer choices for their health and well-being, just like they do with caffeine, alcohol, or prescription medications. Whatever form this bill takes, whether it's about better regulation, which we're all for, access, or penalties, I urge you to consider the science, listen to real Texans, and weigh the benefits. Hemp is helping people across this state. It deserves to be treated with the same fairness, nuance, and responsibility as any other legal functional wellness product. This is a moment to lead with compassion, logic, and evidence. Let's shape laws that reflect the real needs of Texans, not outdated fears, but informed hope for a healthier future. Hemp is not the threat here, it's the healthier alternative. Taking away a safe, legal avenue for Texans to purchase hemp products will only empower cartels, and street corner drug dealers will be the beneficiaries.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Arctic.
Thank
Members
you.
or questions? Seeing none. Mignon Young. I'll show you as Mignon Young. You are representing Naturally Mignon and yourself, and you are against the bill.
Correct.
Please proceed.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone, for having us here this afternoon, Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Mignon Hambrick Young, and I am the owner and founder of naturallymignon.com. We sell hemp-derived cannabis products online. We're not a brick and mortar. The passing of HB 28 is an unnecessary overreaction and will destroy the functional and profitable cannabis business in the state of Texas. It was just 6 years ago that the hemp regulations were passed and encouraged Texans to build a hemp industry. And guess what? Myself and many of the people in this room, we did just that. Now, it seems to be there's a desire to kind of pull the rug out from under our feet after we've got it up and going. I started my business in 2019 with a line of CBD skincare, and since that time we've expanded and we also sell legal hemp-derived THC products. We all know the industry has changed greatly from when the bill for 2019 was signed into law, but the state did not evolve the regulations to meet the changing hemp market. You might be surprised at who my customers are. There's somebody my age, our average, well, actually I'm older than this, what I'm about to say, but our average customers in the mid-40s, and they're looking for the health benefits that many of the other people have already mentioned today. We have a large customer base in Texas and in cities where there's a lot of retirees, such as Sun City community, Katy, and Rockwall. And it would surprise you how many actually in Sun City really do value our products from using hemp. Additionally, my customers have, it may be a generational thing, but they're adverse to marijuana. They don't want anything to do with it, whether it's illegal marijuana or even medical marijuana through the teacup form. Hemp products are palatable to them. They're accessible to them. They're not interested in the teacup program, which is expensive and not, as we've already, I think, explored, not accessible. So let's agree that the market has changed. There have been unintended and unforeseen consequences.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Members or questions? For Ms. Young? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Nathan, we have Nathan Bashar. Did I say that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Nathan Bashar, we show you as registered on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Okay. I'm Nate Bashar. I'm from Dallas, and I'm representing myself. I oppose HB 28 because in 2019, I was in a severe car accident that left me immobile, or partly immobile. And after years of using suggested or prescribed pharmaceuticals as well as physical therapy, I ended up finding hemp and working for the guy that's right next to me. And through using those products, it really opened my eyes to how hemp could positively impact my ability to sleep, my mobility, and my overall health. And since 2022, I have been actively using hemp products, and I really don't want to have to go to another state or figure out another way to use those products because other things that I've used in the past have not worked for me. So I'm here on behalf of myself, but I do work for a cannabis company.
Thank you for your testimony. Members or questions? Seeing none, thank you for that. We have Hayden Meek. We show you as Hayden Meek, registered on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Hayden Meek. I am the owner of Dulce Denton, a small hemp business in Denton, Texas. But today, I'm here to speak on behalf of myself in strong opposition to HB 28. I grew up in a small town in West Texas where the air was a 50-50 blend of clean wind and red dirt. My parents were blue-collar workers, and to this day, people still have a hard time understanding me when I say the word oil. Growing up in West Texas, I learned early on that nothing is given and everything must be earned. You work hard for what you want and often even harder for what you don't want. I was raised on the idea of pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, and that mindset has shaped everything I do, giving me the drive to learn, adapt, and grow through every challenge. I graduated high school in 2013 and moved to Lubbock to attend Texas Tech University, just like I'd been told to do my whole life. But by the second year, I realized traditional education wasn't the right fit for how I learned. So I left and started working for a bank, and I worked there for 6 years, eventually mastering the role. I wanted to grow, specifically to move into the investment department, but I wasn't allowed to train or advance because I didn't have my own book of business. When it became clear they wouldn't help me grow with them, I made the decision to grow beyond them. I left and started my own business. It started slow, but 5 years later, I'm proud to say I've built a team of 16 talented individuals, many of whom are here today. From the very first hire, my mission has been to be the kind of employer who encourages ambition and creativity, not just to build the business, but to build people. The thing I'm most proud of now that I've just turned 30 is the team that runs this company. They're constantly innovating, inviting others in, driving positive change in our little corner of Denton, Texas. Please don't take that away from us. HB 28 would cause irreparable damage to what we've spent 5 years building. Delta 8 Denton isn't just a hemp shop, it's a community of people who've pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. Please do not cut our laces.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions, Mr. Meek? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. Chair calls James Brunk, Jessica Dallas, Gregory Laird, Javier Ayala. Said something. Okay. The next panel will consist of Lolette Rodriguez, Elijah Stewart, Hunter Rodriguez, and Jake Steele. James Brunk. James Brunk. Okay, we're going to show James Brunk is registered to testify on behalf of itself against the bill, not testifying. Jessica Dallas. We show you as Jessica Dallas. You're testifying on behalf of yourself. You're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Jessica Dallas, and I'm coming from Denton, Texas. And I'm speaking in opposition of House Bill 28 on behalf of both myself and the customers of the small cannabis store I work for, Delta 8 Denton. Working for Delta 8 Denton, I've had the privilege of educating customers on safe and responsible cannabis use, and I often help them find safe, legal, and high-quality alternatives to unregulated products. I firsthand get to see how legal, quality hemp products can positively impact our community, not just by providing safe, regulated products to the people who need aid, but also by furthering our community's overall education on cannabis. Our customer base is diverse, be it veterans, seniors, parents, or disabled individuals. Everyday people rely on these products for relief and wellness. House Bill 28 threatens to take that away, and if passed, I, along with my coworkers and thousands of people statewide, will lose our jobs. Our communities will lose access to safe cannabis, and Texas will lose a growing industry that currently provides immense economic benefits. I urge you to consider the full impact of this bill and to support better regulation and better education surrounding these products. Please protect small businesses, protect our communities, and protect Texans' rights to safe, legal cannabis. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions? Ms. Dallas. Seeing none, thank you again. Gregory Laird. We show you as Gregory Laird. You are here on behalf of Bahama Mama and self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Gregory Laird. I'm a new Texas resident and the CEO of Bahama Mama, representing 75 high-end CBD, hemp, and vape stores across Texas with over 300 employees, and I oppose HB 28. We already follow the tobacco guidelines laid out by the state and successfully manage tobacco sales under strict regulations and are proactively operating our hemp operation under the same guidelines. There is no reason to break THC beverages into their own category and remove consumer choice of other delivery methods. We have robust age verification systems to only serve 21-plus customers and undergo regular compliance checks. This demonstrates we're capable of handling products requiring adult-only access. HB 28 ignores this reality. If our stores responsibly sell tobacco products with their documented health risks, why would we suddenly be incapable of selling hemp products which have significantly fewer health concerns? Our verification processes already address the concerns HB 28 claims to target. HB 28 also limits the effectiveness of products on offer due to the entourage effect between THC and other cannabinoids, with many customers being better served medicinally by full-spectrum products or alternative delivery methods. Consumer choice to find the best solution is crucial as all body chemistries differ. This bill would devastate businesses like ours that have invested millions in compliant operations. We built inventory, trained staff, and developed expertise in helping customers find appropriate products, just as we do with tobacco and other categories. Our stores contribute significantly to local economies through employment, rent payments, and sales tax revenue, with just our business, sales tax, and rent contributions totaling close to $10 million per year. HB 28 would impact these operations significantly by handing a monopoly to the alcohol industry. I urge you to reject HB 28 and support a bill that recognizes our customers' ability to responsibly consume age-restricted products while implementing appropriate safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions? Seeing none, I appreciate it. Javier Ayala?
Yes.
Okay. We show you as Javier Ayala. You are representing Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and
That's
you're
correct.
against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Sure. My name is Javier Ayala. I live in Denton, Texas, and I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and obviously also the many customers that I have the privilege of assisting at Delta 8 Denton. I'm employed there full-time, and working there, I've had the opportunity to just meet so many people that hemp has helped and assisted in these conditions that are otherwise out of reach in terms of assistance, so like PTSD and chronic pain, anxiety, stuff that, as you've heard corroborated and continue to hear today, affects elderly and veteran individuals. This bill, HB 28, it would force the many people that rely on these already self-regulated products for medication towards unsafe or less effective conditions like through teacup or even opioids, which, we don't want. They'd also cause the devastating loss of many businesses and jobs, including mine, and the wonderful employment opportunity that I've gotten here in Denton. And another thing lost would be the knowledge that we provide and that we help kind of, meet them in the middle. Marijuana hasn't been researched, and hemp is, from a similar plant. So it's all, it's important that we have these kind of businesses in between to help educate the customers and make sure that they're not getting synthesized products that unfortunately are out there, right? And as much as we don't carry them, there are shops that do, and we don't want that. So we just ask that you regulate, of course, and don't go towards the path of prohibition, which HB 28 still unfortunately does through outlawing anything outside of those 3 cannabinoids that are specified. So, of course, I ask you to please reject HB 28 and ensure that Texans continue to benefit from the important products.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. Chair calls Adet Rodriguez, Elijah Stewart, Hunter Rodriguez, and Jake Steele. Next panel will consist of Anik Akhund, Brunella Braga, Sean Yanez, and John Murray. Is it Idet?
Idet.
Okay, we have you as Idet Rodriguez, testifying on behalf of yourself. You're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Hi, howdy. Thank you, Honorable Committee and Chair. My name is Idet Rodriguez, a business owner, a wife, a proud mother of 4 children. I'm here today not just as a parent, but as someone whose family has lived through the devastating consequences of unregulated THC. 3 years ago, our oldest son was using Delta 8, Delta 9 THC products in college. What seemed like a legal, low-risk product led to full mental health crisis. He experienced extreme psychosis, paranoia, hallucination, delusions. Despite multiple psychiatric hospitalizations and treatment programs, his condition worsened. After a suicide attempt, we finally learned too late that his symptom had developed into a long-term severe mental illness. These products are being sold in gas station, vape shops with no meaningful oversight. House Bill 28 aims to regulate these substances, but Regulation's not enough. We've already seen what happens to young people that have easy access to these legal highs. There is no safe version of these products for the public. Partial regulation still leaves families at risk. A full ban is the only way to truly protect Texas families. These products are marketed to teens without proper warnings and often mislabeled. If they're truly medicine, they should be treated like medicine under FDA authority, not freely available on the shelves and convenience stores. I oppose House Bill 28 because it doesn't go far enough. These harms are real, and I've seen it firsthand. Please do what's right, put our children's safety above profits, and pass a full ban on THC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Members, are questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We have Elijah Stewart.
Yes.
You're Elijah. So we show you as Elijah Stewart. You're testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman and the committee. My name is Elijah Stewart, and I'm from Denton, Texas, speaking on behalf of myself and a small cannabis store called Delta 8 Denton. I am in opposition of House Bill 28. I'm an adult hemp consumer, and since 2023, I've had the privilege of interacting with the community through my time at Delta 8 Denton, one of the many small businesses in the area that provides vital resources to those in need, largely including the elderly, veterans, or people with disabilities. It has meant a great deal to me to witness firsthand the amount of hemp consumers that express gratitude for the existence of natural, safe, and regulated hemp products that are not only accessible, but legal on a federal and state level by Texas Department of State Health Service regulations. House Bill 28 aims to eliminate these options from Texans' rights by prioritizing the ban of edible and smokable hemp over the enforcement of current regulations for all forms of hemp. To limit the legal usage of cannabis to strictly CBD, CBG, and Delta-9 isolate would remove the opportunity for Texans to receive life-altering care from full-spectrum cannabis. The Texas hemp industry shows great dedication towards public safety, and this bill would destroy the foundation that Texans have been legally operating within for several years and pushes to criminalize the exact same consumers that have been purchasing for their well-being and other serious needs. In addition, this bill would have major economic consequences as it significantly limits the legal market of cannabis and enables a monopoly within the alcohol industry. Not only would the Texas hemp industry be more than destroyed by this bill, the demand for the currently legal and accessible options in this industry will go nowhere. This bill forces the Texans that rely on the Texas hemp industry for their wellness to jeopardize their livelihood, as it would intend to put the same consumers that are critically supported by hemp usage in jail and create more demand within the underground cannabis market. A massive amount of adult Texans that use hemp responsibly today, whether for personal or life-changing reasons, would be subject to harsh criminalization. To sever them from safe and regulated access to these products is deeply contradictory to the current framework of hemp regulation, which would benefit from an increase in consistent streamlined regulation, such as 21 and up age restrictions and child-resistant packaging. Now more than ever, businesses and consumers
Thank you,
alike.
Elijah. Appreciate your testimony. Members, are questions for this witness? Seeing none, appreciate you being here. We have Hunter Rodriguez. We show you as Hunter Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Hunter Rodriguez. I'm 25 and I'm from Katy, Texas. I oppose HB 28 and a full ban on not only synthetic THC but all THC. Before I start, I want to politely ask the committee to read through my essay, as the speech is a short and summary. This essay is very informative and it took me a long time to make. I'm not just here as a concerned citizen, but I'm a survivor of THC. I'm asking, no pleading, for immediate legislative action to ban cannabinoids, which are sold legally in Texas through gas stations and vape shops. These cannabis are dangerously unregulated and marketed to youth under the false belief that they are safe. One hit from a vape pen with THC caused me over 2 years of mental psychosis, panic attacks, and PTSD. I was hospitalized in a psychiatric facility 3 times and went through 4 rehab centers. My cousins that also used THC with me also suffered. One is in rehab today, and the other one, who is an Air Force veteran, is now mentally lost and unable to speak English. This is not just a bad trip. This is a public health crisis. Kids as young as 14 are falling into this trap, and there's no dosage warnings, no quality control, just clever marketing. And Texas is letting it happen because of legal loopholes. I'm asking you to pass a full statewide ban on THC and synthetic THC, This isn't about criminalization. It's about protecting our youth and preventing more mental health tragedies. If my stories could stop even one person from going through what I did, then it's worth it. You have the power to make the difference, so please act before more lives are lost.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Members, there are questions for this witness? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony. That
Thank you,
can't
sir.
be easy.
Yeah.
We have a Jake Steele.
Yes, sir.
We show you as Jake Steele, testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. My name is Jake Steele. I was born and raised in Texas, currently living in Denton, Texas. I'm here representing myself and Delta 8 Denton, which I work for, in opposition to House Bill 28. These proposed bans on nearly all cannabinoids would harm many individuals who rely on these products for relief and support. I've personally witnessed from the past 3 years of bud tending and meeting such a variety of different customers, veterans, people dealing with chronic pain. These bills would strip away legal, safe alternatives from those who wish to avoid prescription opioids or an unregulated black market products. Many of our customers have shared that they've turned away from their illicit sources in favor of purchasing legal hemp from licensed, dependable retailers. Both consumers and the hemp industry are willing to engage in responsible regulation and better practices. There's no need to disable a billion-dollar industry or remove access to products that thousands of Texans depend on. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there are questions for this witness. Mr. McQueen.
Is Delta 8 Denton open for business today? I mean, it seems like your whole staff's here.
I don't think we are today. I think we're all here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimonies. All right, Chair calls Anik Akhand, Brunella Braga, Sean Yanez, John Murray. Oh. Next panel will consist of Cardona Thompson.
Just Cardona.
Oh, okay. The next panel will have Cardona. We don't have a last name, or maybe that is the last name. We have Joshua Thompson, Haven Young, and Sydney Pendarvis. All right. Anik Akhand, is that you? Okay.
Anik Akhand, that's correct.
Okay. We show you as Anik Akhand. You're testifying on behalf of Roe Peace and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Honorable members of the House, my name is Anik Akhand, the CEO and founder of Roe Peace CBD Wellness, an Austin-born and bred high-end CBD retail concept. I'm a law-abiding, tax-paying immigrant and naturalized American citizen, and the first in my family to attend college. After starting my career as an investment banker in New York, I chose to become an entrepreneur. Building a business in the hemp industry has given me a way to give back to this wonderful country by creating jobs and opening doors for people who may have otherwise been overlooked. I'm here to testify against HB 28. HB 28 threatens to dismantle one of Texas' fastest growing sectors. The hemp industry supports tens of thousands of jobs, from farmers and processors to small business owners and retail workers. It's projected to contribute over $10 billion to the Texas economy this year alone. This isn't about big corporations. It's about hardworking Texans, the veterans, the single parents, the farmers, and entrepreneurs, building something real within the legal framework this legislature created. I also want to recognize Senator Perry, whose 2019 work to legalize hemp opened doors for innovation and rural revitalization. That decision empowered countless Texans, including me, to invest in this space and contribute to our local economies. I respect his desire to protect youth, but responsible operators already have age restrictions, ID checks, and testing protocols in place. We want to help people, not harm them. I applaud Senator Perry's leadership and urge that he and the members of the House reflect on the positive outcomes the legislation has brought. Let's build on that with smart regulations, not prohibition. A ban won't make Texas safer. It'll push the industry underground, cost tens of thousands of jobs, increase unemployment costs to the state in the hundreds of millions, and most importantly, jeopardize consumer safety. Let's protect the progress we've made through a responsible regulation instead of an outright prohibition. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions for this witness? Seeing none, Brunella Braga,
Yes.
is that right?
Yes.
Okay, we show you as Brunella Braga. You're here on behalf of yourself and you're against the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Brunella Braga, and I oppose HB 28. No THC product should be sold in our Texas neighborhoods, period. My son was friendly, big heart, brown belt in Taekwondo, and he was already beating the national champions. He decided to, he started using THC, and soon he started being lethargic and voices coming. One episode, he fled the house barefoot after hearing voices in the backyard. He fled, took the car, wrong side of the road. Not one, but 2 car accidents at the same time. And he believed and still in psychosis that he was bleeding. He walked himself to the hospital, and he was trained by 5 security guards. We did not know what to do. They finally could locate my husband. 3 days in the ER, and he went to a psychiatric hospital, and the nurse said if he still keep using, it's going to get worse. So the second psychosis came. He was not lethargic anymore. He became more aggressive, very aggressive, kicking holes and punching walls in the house, and grabbing my husband by the neck. And so it was and he was seeing ghosts in the house, right? So he saw ghosts. That was very scary for us. I slept in the hotels a few times. And I opposed HB 28. He's 18-year-old. He's surviving a sober living. And our family is very broken. And I hope, I strongly oppose HB 28.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there are questions. Mr. Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Did your son, by chance, was it a vape pen?
Vape,
Yeah. Seems to be the common threat
Vape.
with a lot of the psychosis.
Dabbing.
The vape pens, yes.
Dabbing, vape, wax, all that.
Thank you.
THC, yeah.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, are there other questions of this witness? Seeing none, Sean Yanez?
Yes, sir, that is it.
Okay, we show you as Sean Yanez. You are representing Rock and Roll It.
Yes, sir.
And yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Please proceed.
All right. I'm here to oppose House Bill 28, since not only because it will ban majority of what we sell in inventories and leave us unemployed and pretty much all in dust, but because it's under the false pretense that cannabis is harmful. Now, I've been listening to everyone's testimony today about cannabis and psychosis. On a government domain website by the U.S., there is actually a research paper over cannabis psychosis. The main vulnerable people that are with that are, yes, young adults, but young adults who have a family history of schizophrenia.
No.
Wait. I understand.
Yes.
I understand.
As I said, this is on a government-owned website published by our U.S. government. So if you're saying no to the people up in front of you right now. And with that being said, would you sell an energy drink to someone who has a heart condition? No. There was research, there's regulations. Caffeine conditions have been adjusted over many times. And with that being said, we as a company, we ID to make sure we're not selling to minors. We make sure that we know what the chemicals we're selling, we know the risk, we know the dosage, we know how it's going to affect them. We only push natural, or we try to push natural stuff to them, and we push the stuff that we take ourselves every day. I've been smoking for about a year or two, and I have not had psychosis. My family smokes. No one has psychosis. All my friends smoke. No one has it. None of us have a history in schizophrenia. We all didn't start smoking at a young age. So instead of doing all this banning, getting rid of it because we don't understand it, more research is needed so that we can better understand it. And we already put so much work in caring for our customers. I doubt that TABC is going to be able to do that, especially with how 6th Street is run right now. Go down there right now and tell me how it is. With that being said, the priorities always come be what the customers understand what we're selling to them. And we can't do that if we just nix in the bud and don't do any research. There's a lot of medical benefits with THC. There's specific cannabinoids that are labeled as synthetic, but the main thing is not to get people high, but for the medical benefits that come with it. And there's more strains that are being discovered that have the same benefits that aren't necessarily for people just for recreational use of getting high. But if you want to ban all those synthetic cannabinoids, by the way, these synthetics aren't like your 1990s, 1980s rap
Thank you
poison
for your
synthetic.
testimony, Mr. Youngs. Members, are questions to this witness? I see none. John Murray. Still have a John Murray? So we're going to show John Murray is registered to testify for itself and against the bill, not testifying. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Cardona. Joshua Thompson, Haven Young, Sidney Pendarvis. Are you Cardona? Do you have a last name or first? It's Angel Cardona. Angel, do we have your permission to change that? Thank you. So we show, okay, the next panel will consist of Lisa Flores, Jesse Williams, Cheryl Murray, Zachary Gouger. All right, we show Angel Cardona. You are here to testify on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Hello, good afternoon, Senate Committee. My name is Angel Cardona. I am a first-generation Texan who has spent most of my life here in Central Texas. I am also a part of the Compassionate Use Program, and I'm here to testify against HB 228 and S. These two bills are the most destructive and unproductive bills to be presented for this.
Cardona?
Yes.
We're only talking about House Bill 28 at this time. I understand. Just don't reference the other bill.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Please proceed.
This market for too long has been restrained and radicalized for no fit gain. HB 28 will hurt the small, clean business owners with excess fines and overpriced licensing fees, making it easier for wealthy corporations to monopolize. Texas is known for its freedoms and friendliness, but there is also severe consequences for THC and hemp products. Back in October of last year, I was coming back from a spiritual retreat. On my person, I had marijuana and THC oil that I had purchased legally in a legal state. I was stopped by one of our great state troopers, and upon telling the officers of what I had, I was placed under arrest for the first time in my life. I was booked and charged with a felony, and it has remained a dark shadow in my personal life, and has brought me down to feeling like a worthless criminal, which in fact I know that I'm not. I'm a professional here in the state of Texas, and like many professional Texans, we want THC, we want hemp with cannabinoids, we want recreational and medical use on all forms of THC, oil, flower, concentrate, etc. If these bills pass, these wants will not go by forgotten and will cause more harm than good, making black markets more profitable and delivering toxic products to consumers. But in the fortunate event that these two bills pass, Texans and their families affected by this will not give up and will fight tooth and nail for our rights in the medicine. One final word. The night I was arrested, the state trooper told me in the Bible, it talks of the respect and obeying the laws of the land. I'm here today upon this committee to ask not to pass these hurtful bills and to reconsider anew and to usher in a green and golden age for Texas and let it be known today that this committee changed the laws of these lands.
Thank you, Mr. Cardona.
God bless Texas.
Members, are questions, Mr. Cardona? Seeing none, we have a Joshua Thompson. We would show you as Joshua Thompson. You're here to testify on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Thompson. I was born and raised right here in Austin, and here today to strongly oppose HB 28. I'm representing my TABC licensed distribution center, 2 Drink Brands, and age-verifying hemp vending machine company. If, as the officer testified earlier, cannabis and black market drugs can't even be kept out of his jail, then how do we expect a statewide ban to be enforced fairly and effectively? States like Colorado have seen real benefits from full legalization, fewer alcohol-related accidents, a drop in domestic violence and black market crime, and even a 60% decrease in opioid use, according to their state websites. Over 250,000 of Americans have died from fentanyl overdose since 2018, and 0 documented fatalities from regulated hemp products. Let's be honest, the gateway drug argument is outdated. A hemp store sells legal tested products. A street dealer offers a menu of unregulated substances. Which one is the real gateway? Alcohol, by the way, is a legal gateway drug in my opinion. In 2019, I lost a biomedical scholarship on a 5 years of my future over cannabis charge. The irony, the same officer who arrested me later came into my store buying products for his wife. I've lost family too, one to fentanyl-laced street products, his brother to vitamin E, my uncle who spiraled after being prescribed pharmaceuticals that worsened his mental health. Cannabis didn't cause his decline, it was a coping tool, but not the catalyst. He had used cannabis for over a decade, and as the testimonies said, antidepressants, antipsychotics have no negative side effects. With that said, in empathy to former testimonies, they were their children, but they were also adults. Do not scapegoat a good industry that would be like banning alcohol for drunk driving incident. It doesn't make sense. At my licensed businesses, we sell only products with full panel lab tests. We employ registered nurses, receive medical referrals, and even provide IV drip therapy. Some hospice nurses were told to stop recommending our products, not because they didn't work, but because helping patients live longer didn't fit their system's bottom line. Doctors support hemp, but many stay silent out of fear of losing their licenses. One senator last session actually suggested investigating them when I brought up their establishments of work. Instead of banning this entire industry and handing it to big alcohol, let's regulate it smartly. Require verified testing, full panel testing, ISO certified ID checks that could be
Thank you,
AI-powered
Mr.
with strict
Thompson.
tools. Thank you.
Members, are there questions for Mr. Thompson? Seeing none, appreciate you being here. We have a Haven Young. Yes. We show you as Haven Young, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Haven, and I'm here today representing both myself and Delta 8 Denton in opposition of HB 28.
Miss, I'll stop you. The way you registered, you were only testifying on behalf of yourself. Would you like to testify on behalf of Delta 8?
Yes, please.
Can we change that? Do we have your permission to change that?
Yes.
Give us 1 second before you start. Haven Young. Delta 8. Yeah, she's got it on the. All right. Now we have you as Haven Young testifying on behalf of Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Perfect. I am currently pursuing my major in psychology with a minor in philosophy at the University of North Texas. And when it comes to the ongoing war of hemp, and a regulation-first approach is the most effective and responsible path forward. This method addresses concerns about safety advances in a bipartisan and balanced way without undermining the core values of either side. Regulation provides a framework that protects consumers, businesses, and communities alike. It offers a viable alternative to the harmful consequences of a total ban. History has shown us that suppression, exploitation, and even dehumanization follow in the wake of prohibition efforts. If passed, expect a rise in overdose, homelessness, job loss, and the disruption of countless lives across the state. There's ways to regulate this industry sensibly without incurring the social and economic costs that will come with an outright ban. I hope our representatives recognize that and choose a path rooted in reason and compassion.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there's questions for Ms. Young. Seeing none, thank you for that. We have Sydney Pendarvis. Okay. We show you as Sydney Pendarvis. You are representing Delta 8 Denton and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is all that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Sydney Pendarvis, and I'm a resident of Tarrant County, Texas. I'm here to urge you to vote against HB 28. As someone who has seen the effects of deregulated cannabis firsthand, I would like to take the time to stress the importance and necessity of statewide cannabis regulation. The advancement of the hemp industry as we see it today has been a direct result of the need to fix a problem, and to vote against this progress would be an erasure of history and an attack on the health and safety of adult hemp users who rely on these products for their well-being. The current hemp industry is a significant evolution from its rough beginnings. We've seen great strides in the use of cannabis advancing into a safe, natural product that is effective and accessible to the people that need it. The industry is made up of professionals who have made it their mission to ensure that cannabis is used and distributed safely, and to erase the years of progress with these bills would be a disservice to those who have worked hard to eliminate the need to turn to less effective, more harmful options. Additionally, over the years, we have seen it give entrepreneurial opportunities to underrepresented groups, create thousands of jobs for Texas citizens, myself and my colleagues included, and built a dedicated network of individuals looking to effect positive change in their communities. Today, I simply ask you to hear and listen to the voices that have spoken before you today and recognize their spirit. Hear their sentiments and recognize how far we have come in this space. Thank you for your time, and once again, please vote no on HB 28.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there are questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. All right, chair calls Lisa Flores, Jesse Williams, Cheryl Murray, Zachary Gouger. All right. Next panel will consist of Kalan Salgonic, Keel Gouger, Elizabeth Miller, and Chastity Wedgeworth. All right. We have Lisa Flores. Okay, we're going to show Lisa Flores testifying on behalf of herself and against the bill, not testifying. Jesse Williams. You're Jesse? Okay, I'll show you as Jesse Williams testifying on behalf of Texas Cannabis Collective, DAV Chapter 219, and yourself, and you're shown to be neutral in the bill?
I need to have that changed to against. My enmity for this bill has only grown since we've come back from recess.
Okay. Well, give us 1 second. Okay, now we have you as Jesse Williams, Texas Cannabis Collective, DAV Chapter 219, and self and against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
My name is Jesse Williams. I am a veteran, retired United States Navy. I had a lung transplant done at the end of this last year, so I've been in a position where I cannot use this stuff, but something that has grown increasingly throughout the day as I've listened to testimony has been an issue that I as a father take. And I want to give a perspective through a nice satirical song because I'm a father of a 12-year-old boy, and some of the stuff I've heard is ridiculous today. We say times have changed, those kids are getting worse, they won't obey their parents, they just want to smoke and curse. Should they blame the senator or blame society? Or maybe we blame the videos on IG. No, blame cannabis, blame cannabis. With those greedy little shops selling dank and candy slops, blame cannabis, blame cannabis. We just want the cup of salt because it's just the cannabis fault. Don't blame Audrey for her son's stance. He just smoked his all, and now he's off to join the Klan. And your boy Eric, he think he found Jesus on a cruise, but now he'll just see you and tell you to chug your booze. Well, we blame cannabis. We blame cannabis. It seems that everything's gone wrong since this cannabis came along. Blame cannabis. Blame cannabis. Dan Patrick says it's not even a real drug anyways. My son could have been a pastor or an inventor. He's rich and true. Instead, he's shooting families like a psycho like Texans do. Should we blame the booze? Or maybe blame the power? Or maybe we can go and blame the people who banned the flower. No. Blame cannabis. Blame cannabis. All the terpene hullabaloo and Willie Nelson's bullshit too. Blame cannabis. Shame on cannabis. For the shake we must stop, the hash we must smash, the healing at one must all be undone, and we must cause a fuss before someone decides that they need to blame us.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, questions? Seeing none. Cheryl Murray. Is Cheryl Murray here? Okay, we're going to show Cheryl Murray as testifying on behalf of self and against the bill, not testifying. Zachary Gouger?
Gauger, sir.
Gauger?
Gauger, yes.
Okay, thank you. Zachary Gauger, testifying on behalf of Caprock Family Farms and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Please proceed.
My name is Zach Gauger. I was born and raised, and I reside in Lubbock, Texas. My family is one of the largest hemp producers in the state, and I am against HB 28. I have been in agriculture in some sense my entire life, working at the USDA under Dr. Burrows in the Sorghum Research Lab, to working in an agricultural equipment warehouse hauling around plows and farm discs, to working with my father on our family farm to take over when he retires. This ultimately led my way into growing hemp and creating a hemp company with my family. Agriculture is in my blood. Believe it or not, my first word was tractor. Farmers of my generation have a bleak future when it comes to profitability. Input costs like seed and fertilizer are continuing to rise, and commodity prices are staying the same. Hemp for extraction and consumption gives us a way out of this cycle, not fiber. I would like to make that clear. While I was employed while I was employed in 2018, the USDA Crop Research Facility in Lubbock gave a seminar that the Ogallala Aquifer, which the entire Great Plains relies on, will run dry in 20 to 25 years. The time to diversify is now. I will be 40 years old if this happens. According to the Texas Department of Agriculture in 2022, the poultry and eggs industry was valued at $5 billion, the dairy industry at $3.5 billion. In 2022, the Texas hemp industry was valued at $8 billion, which puts it in second place of all commodities Texas produces, sitting just behind the cattle industry at $15 billion. This bill would make it impossible to grow hemp as an alternative crop to be profitable. I have seen farmers all around our area show interest in growing this plant, but they are worried about failing a test, how to sell it, and not having the facilities in place to send it to be processed or in the area that we produce in. Instead of passing this bill...
Thank you, Mr. Gauger.
Yes, sir.
Members, are questions of of Mr. Gauger? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. All right, Chair calls Kalan Salganik, Keel Gauger, Elizabeth Miller, and Chastity Wedgeworth. Next panel will consist of Daryl Surif, Eduardo Frangioso, Michelle Emriel, Luis Garcia. Okay. Callan Salganik? Callan Salganik? Okay, we're going to show Callan Salganik as being here on behalf of Salganik Services, Inc. and against the bill. Are you? Yes, sir. Are you? Okay. Hang on. So, is it Callan?
Callan Salganik, yes, sir.
Okay. We have Callan Salganik here to testify on behalf of Salganik Services, Inc. and self and against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Callan Salganik, and I'm a proud business owner, born and raised in Waco, Texas. I operate a compliant, licensed hemp business that employs 7 people and supports dozens more through partnerships with freight companies, farmers, and service providers across the state. If House Bill 28 passes, I won't be able to operate in Texas anymore. My business model and every product I sell will be made illegal overnight, but I won't shut down completely. I have no choice but to move my operations to a state where this industry is treated with regulatory respect it deserves. And with that move, Texas loses everything: jobs, tax revenue, and the economic ripple effect that comes with local business activity. This bill does nothing to stop consumers from accessing these products. It only ensures that Texas businesses can't sell them. Out-of-state companies will continue to ship directly to consumers. The difference is those companies won't be hiring Texans. They won't be paying taxes here. They won't be part of our communities. We are. I understand and respect the concerns brought forward today by families who believe their loved ones were harmed. I have deep sympathy for them. So far, we've heard just one person speak who was directly affected, and many of the stories we've heard trace back to the height of the COVID lockdowns, a time when life was turned upside down for all of us. It's worth asking whether that period played a role in the mental state of these individuals. On the other hand, we've heard from many who say hemp reclaimed their quality of life. We don't need to destroy an industry to make it safer. We need thoughtful regulation, not prohibition, that hands the market back to black market and out-of-state
Thank you,
players.
Mr. Salganik.
Thank you.
Members, questions for this? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Is this Kyle? Kyle. All right. We've been all over the board on this one.
That's fine.
All right. We have Kyle Gauger.
Yes, sir.
Kyle Gauger representing Caprock Family Farms and against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Gauger. Please proceed.
My name is Kyle Gauger, and I'm the owner of Caprock Family Farms in Lubbock, Texas. I'm here to talk about the agriculture side of hemp. We are a farm family from West Texas. We farm 5,000 acres of cotton, peanuts, wheat, and hemp. 5 years ago, we incorporated hemp biomass into our crop rotation due to low commodity prices and high input cost. Add in years of drought, and you have a drastic need to diversification. My two sons have always wanted to follow my footsteps, but there is really a bleak side to outside agriculture. I started farming in 1995, and I sold cotton for 75 cents a pound. At this time, it's 63 cents a pound. Back then, I bought a new tractor for $120,000, and now that same tractor costs $400,000, and a new stripper's $1 million. A good cotton crop that's irrigated can produce $1,000 an acre, and an average crop of hemp can produce $4,000 an acre. We diversified and grew a crop that you said we could grow, and now after we have invested time, hard-earned money, and all this is set to be taken away. This bill would decimate the hemp industry in Texas and make it impossible to grow CBD and hemp in our state. An outright ban of the law you passed is not the answer. That's not progress. Regulation is the answer. Age restrictions, child-proof packaging, etc. The hemp industry wants regulations. Don't take away the farmer's right to provide for his family and give his sons a future in agriculture. Let's regulate this industry and do things the right way that Texas can be a leader in the world market. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gauger. Remember there are questions? Mr. Gauger, you said you were West Texas. Where do you farm?
Lubbock, Texas. Actually, Gaines County and Dickens County.
Okay. All right. I know Gaines.
Yes.
Part of my district. So anyway, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Miller? Okay. We show you Elizabeth Miller. You are testifying on behalf of Texans helped by cannabis, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the members of the committee for your time and attention to this extremely important matter. I'm an attorney. I'm also an advocate down here. May be familiar to some of you. But I'm also a patient of hemp products. I have a connective tissue disease and have a whole lot that comes with it. So for the seizures, the pain, and various things, I use these full spectrum, non-psychoactive, don't get you high products. I also use the ones with THC that make it illegal, but these products are important to me, so forgive me if I'm not able to address, I'm feeling it today, frankly. I'm having spasms and I can't address them, and it would be great if I could. So let me just be honest with you that I'm not my usual advocate self down here. The issue you brought up earlier, Representative Vanchia, about the federal law conflict, I think that will be a problem. I'd prefer to address it written later so I don't embarrass my civil procedure professor. It's been it was last century, y'all. Also, I think this is, unfortunately, I think y'all have probably begun to discover this bill isn't what it was advertised. And I don't mean that mean. You've probably also figured out this is hard, it's complicated, and elections is like that. People mean one thing and they accidentally do something else, not because of bad intentions. It's just really complicated stuff and looking at how it works in real life. So I hope you'll hang in, because the way it's written, I think it's terrible economics, frankly. I fear that the guesstimates about the 10 billion or 9 or 8 or whatever it is have been made based on the THC ban bill, but that's not what this is. This is, unfortunately, a bill that bans natural products in exchange for synthetics.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Miller. Appreciate you being here. Members, there are questions. Mr. Anchia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Miller, you can just direct that analysis in written form to our office. If you want to just send it in a PDF email, that attachment to an email, that's fine too.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other questions for this witness? Seeing none, we have Chastity Wedgeworth.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And we show Chastity Wedgeworth that you're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, but can I also add in my business? I didn't realize that.
Hang on one second.
Okay.
Is this Master Cannabis Farm Science?
No, it's Bud and Bloom's Cannabis Academy.
One second. Bud and what?
Bud and Bloom's
Bud and
Cannabis
Bloom.
Academy.
Cannabis Academy? Okay. Okay, so now we show you as Chastity Wedgeworth, Bud and Bloom, Cannabis Academy, and self and against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sorry, I didn't realize
No
earlier when I
problem.
was doing it.
Go ahead.
My name is Chastity Wedgeworth. I'm the owner of Bud and Bloom's Apothecary and Bud and Bloom's Cannabis Academy. I have a master's degree in pharmaceutical science, specializing in cannabis medical science. I'm here today to speak in opposition to HB 28. Although I do believe in the age-gating, packaging, and testing requirements of these products, I would also like to see education requirements as well. This bill threatens the well-being of countless Texans who rely on the hemp industry for their health, economic stability, and personal freedoms. HB 28 poses a significant risk to Texans who depend on hemp for medical reasons. As someone who has expertise in cannabis science, I would like to clarify that the hemp industry is not exploiting any loopholes. Cannabis sativa L is the species of all cannabis plants. The cannabis plant produces over 750 phytochemicals, including cannabinoids, terpenes, and flavonoids, and all of these cannabinoids interact with the body's endocannabinoid system to produce medical and therapeutic effects. Cannabinoids interact primarily with CB1 and CB2 receptors, as well as with each other in what is known as the entourage effect. The 2018 Farm Bill clearly legalized hemp, defining it as the cannabis sativa L plant in any part of that plant, including isolates, salts, and isomers that contain less than 0.3% delta-9 THC by dry weight. The large responsible majority of the hemp industry is strictly adhering to this law, ensuring that these products are safe, tested, and regulated. The place that the hemp industry has filled has not replaced nor competed with Teacup. Hemp has provided support and flexibility that Teacup doesn't currently offer. The synergy of the cannabinoids that are contained in hemp improves outcomes and in many cases reduces the need for higher THC doses. Hemp allows for layered care, and this means using more than one product at a time. This layered care can be guided by onset, duration, and bioavailability. All of these methods of consumption cause a variety. The onset refers to how quickly these effects of cannabinoids begin. Duration determines how long these therapeutic effects last, and bioavailability measures how much of the cannabinoids actually enter the bloodstream. And choosing the appropriate method of cannabinoid consumption requires an understanding of these factors in order to maximize the therapeutic
Thank you, Ms.
effects.
Wedgeworth. Members, there are questions for Ms. Wedgeworth? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Okay. Chair calls Daryl Surif, Eduardo Frangioso? Frangioso. Okay. Michelle Amriel and Luis Garcia. Alexander? Okay. Okay, the next panel will consist of Alexander Greenblatt, Christopher Lynch, Zachary Henson, and Joel Thompson. Okay. Daryl Surif, that would be you. Okay, we show you as Daryl Surif. You are testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against House Bill 28. Is that correct?
That and ludicrous distribution.
One second. We have to change it in your registry. Ludicrous distribution? All right, now we show you as Daryl Surif testifying on behalf of ludicrous distribution and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
I am against the bill, yes.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I want to talk about more from a financial standpoint in a business. $400 million. So just remember that number, $400 million. My name is Daryl Surif. I'm the CEO and founder of Ludicrous Distribution. I hold master's degrees from Tarleton State University and Abilene Christian University, and I consider myself an expert in alternative products for the last 12 years. Again, $400 million. I'm here to urge you to oppose this bill. How do you get to $400 million in sales in 1 year? Vertical integration. We're a manufacturer of hemp products. We're direct-to-consumer through retail stores, we're wholesale, and we're online direct-to-consumer and business. For several years, Ludicrous Distribution has thrived as a business-to-business wholesaler. We employ 40 full-time workers. 30 of those families have insurance through Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas, and we generate over $2 million in annual payroll on the wholesale side alone. Other companies are retail, Create Vape and Smoke. We have 28 locations. Since 2011, we employ 112 people, 70 of which are full-time with full benefits, and we contribute $4.6 million in payroll annually. Naturally Hemp's, which is our manufacturing side, has 20 employees, $2 million in payroll, and our sales top $400 million on all of them. So when you talk about the vertical integration, we do it all. And if we ban this or we have this bill pass and I go out of business, I can go off into the sunset. I could care less. But I do care about my employees and my customers, and I have a lot of employees that rely on me. And I think back to the most recent, our Employee Assistance Fund, where I gave a young lady that turned her life around $50,000 for a brand new smile because she was an addict.
Thank you
And
for your
she worked for
testimony.
me for 7 years.
Mr. Seraph. Members, questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. We have Eduardo
Chairman, it's difficult. It's Fragoso. Yeah, I get it. I even go by an alias.
Okay.
Yeah, Eduardo Fragoso.
Okay, and you're here on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill, is that correct?
Almost. One of the companies I founded, it's called Artis IQ. It's ARITS IQ.
ARTS.
Yeah, like artist without the T at the end. Artis IQ.
IQ.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So say your name for the record.
Eduardo Adair Fragoso. It's a mouthful.
Okay. And you're representing Artis, IQ, and yourself, and you were against the bill.
Correct.
Please proceed.
I originally came to represent some neighbors and friends from my hometown of Amarillo, Texas. I was simply going to rattle off their names and ages and symptoms of these people that use hemp because the Teacup program isn't capable of serving them. And if this bill was to be passed, it would convert these individuals into criminals. But after listening, I believe, as you know, overall this bill is in essence prohibition, with an attempt to keep the profits under the big beverage umbrella. However, the conversation today, and rightly so, has shifted into how do we fix hemp in Texas? And I feel that pain. One of my companies, our Artis IQ, has spent millions creating compliance-first software programs for the hemp market using testing, tracing, and monitoring combined with purchase allotments, age gating, ID validation, and server-side biometrics. We were featured in Forbes as the catalyst for Apple's policy changes to allow hemp apps on the App Store using geolocation and identity proofing. This was like 5 years ago. I've worked in adult use legal states and medicinal-only medical states. There are mandated compliance-first POS systems and mandated track and trace systems in those states. So from a professional standpoint, respectfully, I suggest those measures first. Nevertheless, HB 28 doesn't fix Texas hemp issues, and it leaves a large group of hemp-reliant patients without medicine. There's been a lot of misinformation and confusion presented to you today, and I do not envy your position. What I strongly recommend is that you first understand hemp before any further legislation by getting educated through something like an online masterclass geared for policymakers like the one offered by Bud & Bloom's Cannabis Academy. Hemp is much too important, it's too sensitive of an issue, and too scientific to take the word of these non-scientific, non-experts using anecdotal evidence. Lastly, I second all of Susan Hayes', Chastity Wedgeworth, and Jesse Nielsen's statements.
Thank you for your testimony. Remember the questions of this witness. Mr. Phelan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you said the magic word, I'm going to ask you the question.
Absolutely.
So you have direct knowledge of individuals who tried the Teacup program and it did not work.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes,
so they applied or they did not bother to apply for the Teacup? I mean, what was their experience?
Yeah, well, there's several different types of patients. The Teacup program is very limited, and so you've heard it over and over. It's either, they don't have the response time that somebody needs, it's too expensive, the quantity of THC. And by the way, this is why I'm recommending that you guys get very educated. The quantities and amounts of flavonoids and cannabinoids and the profiles are different for everybody and every body. And so yes, there's a lack of ability for people to get supported in rural areas. Specifically, I'm talking about the Texas Panhandle and Amarillo. They just can't get it over there to them. Those poor people, I mean, seriously, one of my friends has a dispensary and she supports over 350 patients. And I'm talking about a little tiny dispensary. And those people all tried Teacup, all of them, and didn't qualify or couldn't get the stuff to them.
And the reason I'm a broken record on this
No,
is
absolutely.
I listened to the Senate testimony, and a lot of the members of the Senate kept coming back to the Teacup program. We have a Teacup program. Just work with the Teacup program. Well, it doesn't seem to be working very well.
It doesn't work.
This is someone, I voted for it. I supported the program,
Same,
but
yeah.
it's just not delivering on the expectations I think many in the House and the Senate
You're spot on.
expected. So anytime someone brings it up, I'm gonna ask about it. So thank you.
Absolutely. And I extend my wealth of knowledge to any of you guys even after this.
Thank you very much for
Thank
that.
you.
Members, are there other questions of this witness? Seeing none, we have Michelle Umriel.
You pronounced it correctly.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have Michelle Umriel. You're testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Protecting consumer choice, hemp farmers, and small businesses. Thank you, Chairman and esteemed members of the Texas House of Representatives. My name is Michelle Umriel, and I'm the Operations Manager for True Hemp Science, where we source organic hemp from around the U.S., and many of our products are assembled in labs in Texas. I'm counting on all of you to reject or revise House Bill 28. While this bill seems better on the surface, it falls flat on potential reform, as the packaging limitations would outlaw even our standard CBD tinctures. The packaging requirements are impractical and would drastically increase the price of legitimate products across the board. Also, HB 28 ignores middle ground solutions and will force consumers to seek out unregulated black market alternatives. It may surprise you to know that I am a conservative voter. And yet, may the stereotypes not match, I use hemp products. And I find them extremely beneficial for myself and for the numerous customers we support. I am a single working mother with a full life. I take CBD orally, which includes THC under 0.3%. There are no psychoactive effects whatsoever. It helps me stay healthy, get quality sleep, and assists with general anxiety and daily stressors. You also may be surprised to learn that it decreases inflammation and helps balance a variety of functions within my body. I am all for implementing age requirements, enforcing testing, regulating synthetically manufactured THC products, and clear consequences for violators. This would allow legitimate producers with lab tests who attest to every formula to continue to operate. Then Texans can safely use CBD with THC under 0.3% to treat hundreds of ailments. Passing this bill in its current form would impact many small business operations in Texas, and even worse, hundreds of thousands of families who need a different approach to the pharmacopoeia
Thank
disaster.
you for your testimony. Members, are there questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Luis Garcia. Luis Garcia. We're going to show Luis Garcia as being here to testify for self against the bill, not testifying. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Alexandra Greenblatt, Christopher Lynch, Zachary Henson, Joel Thompson. Okay. The next committee will consist of Draven Sheen, Brian Dombrowski, Ross Carroll, Corrigan Moore. Okay. Alexandra Greenblatt? That would be you. Okay. We show you as Alexander Greenblatt, and you are testifying on behalf of Austin Vape and Smoke and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Go ahead. And please use the microphone.
I've heard a lot of emotional arguments I've heard a lot of conjecture, but nothing that actually appeals to anyone trying to look at this logically. HB 28 limits access to THC and removes already established treatments from people that need more than teacup offers. My father is bedridden and relies on the entourage effect from specifically broad-spectrum THC. The drinks will not be enough and are obviously a transparent cash grab by big alcohol. My dad already has what he needs. He's constantly, literally in so much pain. I don't know if you're familiar with Crips. Not a lot of people are because it's an incredibly rare degenerative neuropathic condition. It's the only thing that works for him, and I don't understand why this is getting taken away from him. He can't leave his bed. He cannot travel. This is the only thing that helps him, period.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Remember, there are questions of this witness. Seeing none, we have Christopher Lynch. Are you, are you, okay.
Yes.
So we have Christopher Lynch testifying on behalf of True Hemp Science and against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Christopher Lynch. I'm the founder of True Hemp Science. Well, first, I'd like to thank you all for your very thoughtful questions earlier today. And I'm in opposition to HB 28. While it demonstrates a more measured approach and begins the necessary dialogue in regulating hemp-derived THC, it does not even begin to address the issue. We're all in agreement that we need the age gate, the packaging, and the testing requirements. That's not an issue. But this bill looks like it was written by lobbyists for a specific set of people. Understanding the intent and the long-term intent of the legislative efforts requires knowledge of a deeper issue. Over decades, we've witnessed the consequences of a proactive drug war, both in the realm of illicit substances and in the overreach of the pharmaceutical drugs, and neither has left our society better off, nor have they provided effective solutions, particularly for everyday Americans seeking affordable, impactful remedies. On a fundamental level, it's essential to recognize that the historic and scientific context of cannabis use, it's clear evidence that cannabis's use by humans for thousands of years, both medically and therapeutically. It's no longer reasonable to suggest that there is no credible scientific support for the medical use of cannabis, and there is ample peer-reviewed studies now affirming its therapeutic potential. And I'm happy to connect any of you with many Texans who will affirm this. The issue of transparency reflects the tension between governmental policy and the will of the people. Texans overwhelmingly support reasonable, practical regulation that balances the accessibility of public safety. Unfortunately, the current regulation efforts suggest undue influence by special interests, prioritizing profits over the interests of individuals, men and women, including veterans, mothers, families navigating autism, and individuals opting for natural alternatives to
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. Members, are questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Zachary Henson. Zachary Henson registered on behalf of Austin Vape and Smoke and self and against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Zachary Henson, and I'm representing Austin Vape and Smoke and myself. Austin Vape and Smoke is a small, locally owned business that has been serving Central Texas since 2013. Last year, we served over 32,000 customers, and nearly 30% of our revenue came from hemp-derived products that we source and sell with the intention and care. And I'm not just speaking from behind the counter. I consume these products myself, and so are many in my family. But I'm also a bit of an outlier in this space, as edibles, oils, and infused beverages don't work on me. The only products that help me are the flower and solventless live rosin vapes that have recently hit the market after a lot of research. If HB 28 passes and those delivery methods are restricted or criminalized, I'm left without an option that works. And I know I'm not alone in that. That's why I'm not calling for full legalization. The way the industry exists now, there's a nice balance with good products out there. What we need is enforcement of responsible regulation, like accredited in-state lab testing, child-resistant packaging, and a clear age limit for these products. What we don't need is pairing hemp with the alcohol industry or criminalizing access for the adults who genuinely benefit from it. Please vote no on HB 28. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Guerin.
You said 30% of your sales are hemp?
Yes, sir.
What is the 70%?
What is the 70%? The majority of that, about 29% respectively, falls with hemp-derived products, cannabis, and nicotine products, like refillable vape devices.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Members of the questions, this witness, seeing none, thank you for being here. Joel Thompson?
Yes, sir.
We show you as Joel Thompson, registered to testify on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Chairman King, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Joel Thompson. I'm the co-founder of Modern Herb Co., a Texas-partnered brand working with local retailers for the past 5 years. We've seen firsthand how our products help everyday veterans, seniors, working parents, and everyday Texans manage stress, pain, and sleep, all without a single recorded death linked to regulated hemp products in this state. Alcohol, which is addictive and causes thousands of overdose deaths annually, is regulated, not overregulated into the ground or even banned. Why treat a plant that has proven its invaluable use for wellness needs any differently? Additionally, I'd like to address the concern and confusion about mental health risks. Mental health and substance abuse are serious issues and exist in the world with or without hemp. Scientific studies show these compounds do not cause psychosis on their own in otherwise healthy individuals, but in relatively rare cases may unmask pre-existing mental conditions. But again, that is no reason to regulate. That is a reason to regulate and educate, not prohibit. This is known and well-backed, and I'm happy to provide those publicly available peer-reviewed studies to anyone upon request. Please also consider contacting doctors dedicated to cannabis and other recreational markets where you can get in touch with this. Now, about House Bill 28's 10 milligram potency cap. The average dose for any adult is around 20 milligrams. For experienced users, 50 to 100. This 10 milligram restriction will effectively ban the industry and force people with wellness needs to go online. It will not reduce the demand. And that's the point I really want you to understand. This bill will not stop Texans from accessing these products. It only bans Texas-owned retailers. THCA flower and hemp products will still ship legally from out-of-state vendors thanks to federal law under the 2018 Farm Bill. House Bill 28 kills local businesses, sends money out of state, removes the safety standards that we've all worked hard to build here, and has you arresting citizens who try to buy online for their own wellness needs.
Thank you for your testimony. Remember the questions of Mr. Thompson? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. Thank you. Okay. Draven Sheen. Chair calls Draven Sheen. Brian Dombrowski. Ross Carroll. Corrigan Moore. Next panel will consist of Ashley Dellinger, Ashton Moore, David Sergey, Andrea Solis. Andrea Solis Daniels. Okay. Draven Sheen, that'd be you? Yes. Okay. I show you as Draven Sheen, representing Compliance Professionals, LLC, and self, and you are against the bill. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Draven Sheen. I'm an owner at Compliance Professionals here in Austin, Texas, and I oppose House Bill 28. I've heard a litany of accusations being thrown about today, as well as false narratives and fervent lies. I want to be precisely clear without any sing-songs or cuteness. We want children to be safe. We want child-proof packaging. We want age restrictions. We want distance requirements from schools. We've been asking for this for years. We have a bill now in the House called 4242 that addresses many of these regulatory concerns.
Please don't talk about other bills. Only House Bill 28. It's a rules thing.
Got it.
Just work with me.
I've heard questions from y'all regarding cannabinoids and their synthetic counterparts. I've heard questions regarding interstate commerce and the ambiguity thereof, as well as questions regarding access to the Teacup program, of which I personally know individuals who are in the program and who were prohibited from joining that I can speak to. I'd like to offer myself up right now as an open resource for you to ask any of your questions. Think of me as an information springboard. I'd love to address any of your concerns, your confusions, your thoughts regarding what has been said today, because I know that it is a lot to digest. This is a complicated industry. There are a lot of passionate individuals here, big personalities, and we just want fervent, clear regulation for our industry that will not annihilate us in all of the countless jobs and businesses that are in this state that has always been so pro-business. Thank you.
Understood. Members, questions of this witness? Seeing none at this time. Brian Dombrowski. Mr. Dombrowski? All right, we're going to show Brian Dombrowski as testifying or was registered for himself and against the bill, not testifying. Ross Carroll.
He's not here.
We're going to show Ross Carroll registered on behalf of Compliance Professionals LLC and self, against the bill, not testifying. Corrigan Moore.
Hi.
We have you as Corrigan Moore representing Austin Vape and Smoke and yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I am here representing Austin Vape and Smoke, a local small business in South Austin. I have personally benefited from both THC and CBD as I deal with chronic pain and anxiety. There are sections of this bill that I think all responsible individuals in the hemp industry can agree on, such as eliminating the parody packaging, such as the Doritos, Skittles, etc., or packaging that may appeal to the youth, and ensuring that it does not fall in the hands of minors. It is also important to ensure that these products are safe, natural, and free of contaminants. In fact, these are standards that we already uphold at my own workplace. We check COAs on every product we carry, and our staff personally test all new products coming into the store and have a high standard of quality for our community. Unfortunately, HB 28 simply allows the alcohol industry to take over and have a monopoly over the legal hemp market in Texas, destroying thousands of jobs, freedom of choice, and an opportunity for Texas hemp to thrive. It also has a strong misunderstanding of cannabinoids, which was addressed earlier by Susan Hayes. For those reasons, I cannot support HB 28.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Ashley Dellinger, Ashton Moore, David Sergey, Andrea Salis Daniels. Next panel will consist of Oscar Servin, Todd Harris, okay, Sean Salvage, all right, wait a minute, Ross Martinez. Okay, Ashley Dellinger.
I'm going to talk fast.
Okay,
Please
1
listen
second.
up.
You're Ashley
I know you're
Dellinger.
tired.
You're testifying on
I
behalf of
am.
yourself, and you're against the bill.
And I'm here with facts.
Go fast.
My name is Ashley Von Dellinger, and I own a brand called Modern Herb Co. I bring over 15 years of experience in both cannabis and hemp, and I've been working in testing, manufacturing, retail, product development, alongside doctors and some of the thought leaders in both spaces. I can speak with expertise and facts today. I'm a mom and Christian here to represent the community and industry. As someone who directly knows people who wrote the Farm Bill, I'll give you their phone number. This bill was written intentionally and well aware. Please do not disrupt federal intent. HB 28 is disguised as a safe compromise, but those well informed in the industry are urging you to understand this bill will kill the industry through some components that are devastating. This includes the restriction of full spectrum tinctures and gummies, which are the product of choice for those seeking therapeutic benefit. For someone having an epileptic seizure, a full spectrum inhalable vape is critical, and the only choice is they need something fast acting and comprehensive, which only a full spectrum inhalable is. If you'd like to know more, please ask. I'd like to speak directly to the issues shown today. These products are dangerous in getting into children's hands. The worst outcome from hemp is temporary nausea, not long-term addiction and health. Unlike alcohol and tobacco, I struggle with hyperemesis, which was spoken to earlier, similar to a gluten intolerance or lactose intolerance. If you're curious, ask me for more. To keep these products away from children, child-proof packaging and locked exit badge, which is more, that will keep them more safe in the home than guns and alcohol, which we all know kill many children. These products are being sold to minors. Create a $15,000 fine. Stores will get motivated really quick, and otherwise forcing bad actors who are also likely selling alcohol and cigarettes to minors out of business. These fines will also fund regulation. Separately, in convenience stores, put these products behind the counter, unlike alcohol, which is accessible to minors. These products are very safe and potency tested, more than your supplements and baby food, which please go to consumerlabs.com, a trusted third-party service, which will tell you that they're frequently mislabeled, contain inaccurate potencies, and contaminated, the very things that we are afraid of hemp having. By comparison, our products are held to a much higher level of scrutiny. How will we fund this regulation? Well, I can tell you that sending people online and putting grandma in jail for buying sleep gummies and veterans
Thank you
for
for your
buying tinctures
testimony.
is not the way.
You did talk fast.
I had more.
No, I'm sure you do. I appreciate you being here. Members, are questions for this witness? Seeing none. Ashton Moore?
Yes, sir.
All right, we show you as Ashton Moore testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ashton Moore. I've been in the holistic health and wellness industry since 2017, and I am an advocate for the recovery community based out of Austin and Houston, Texas. I'm here to oppose these bills' efforts to eliminate legal access to hemp-derived products. This isn't just a Texas decision. It sets a precedent that will ripple across all 50 states. If these bills pass, it will empower alcohol and pharma lobbies to push similar bans nationwide, crushing the fastest-growing wellness market of our lifetime. From my perspective, these bills aren't about safety. It's about eliminating competition for big alcohol and big pharma. It would force Texans into a limited set of legal options for relief: booze, nicotine, or prescription medications. That's not freedom, that's monopoly. As someone who's worked closely with the recovery community, I've seen the devastation alcohol causes, but consumers, especially Gen Z, are moving away from it. In fact, a 2023 Gallup study found that 62% of young adults now avoid alcohol altogether, seeking safer, more natural alternatives like hemp-based consumables and beverages. I urge you to consider the fallout if these bills are passed. If safety is the goal, let's regulate, not eliminate. Colorado's hemp rules, like dosage limits, age verification measures, and clear labeling standards, reduce teen use by 18%. Smart regulation works, prohibition doesn't. The country is watching, let's lead by example. Reject these bills, protect personal choice, and take a stand for public health and economic opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, are questions to this witness? Seeing none. David
Sergi.
Sergi?
Yes, Sergi.
Okay, so we have David Sergi testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. I also represent the plaintiffs in the City of Allen case.
Yeah, but you're only testifying on yourself.
On behalf of myself, my own law firm.
Do you want me to add anything, or just yourself? Because
Just myself.
you've got to testify on what you registered for.
That's
So you're just going to be for yourself?
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. So my name is David Sergi. I have the privilege of representing the plaintiffs in the lawsuit against the City of Allen, Chief Dye, who you heard from earlier. But I also have the privilege of having 2 children who overcame mental health difficulties as well as autism-related issues because of the plant. And that is why I'm passionate about this plant. Chief Dye came in here and told you that hemp is really not legal. That is wrong. Basically, the products that are sold in Allen all were tested by his very own laboratory. All of my clients send their products to a laboratory used by the City of Allen. Even after that, he has continued to harass and arrest people in Allen, some of my clients. It's just very, very, very disheartening to see that when Armstrong Labs provides a COA, the very same laboratory that the City of Allen uses, this continues. Now, we also know that synthetics are already illegal. Back in 2011, Senate Bill 33-1 made synthetic cannabinoids illegal. Now, I agree with age gating, I agree with employee training, I agree with testing, I agree with rigorous enforcement. Now, at the end of the day, what we really need to have is common sense regulation. I have been in this industry now for over 10 years. I've also represented a variety of individuals, including one case that's in front of the Texas Supreme Court right now. At the end of the day, I just ask for common sense regulation to keep kids away from this, as we have been asking for over the last several sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that testimony. Thank you very much. Members, are there questions? This witness, seeing none, thank you for being here. Andrea Solis Daniels.
Yes.
Is that correct? All right, we show you as Andrea Solis Daniels. You're testifying on behalf of Texas Hemp Business Council and yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, for taking the time to hear my testimony along with the members here. And my name is Andrea Salas Daniels, and I am on the board of the Texas Hemp Business Council. And I know that through this time all day that we've been consistent with what our position is as it is opposing House Bill 28. But I have a thing that I challenged myself with even testifying on today. We have heard numerous testimonies about families who have struggled with mental health with their children, and they are wanting to say the cause is with THC. Well, you know what? My daughter also struggled with a quick bout. I call it quick. It was about 2 years of mental health experience with prodromal, which is a precursor to your schizophrenia. And she was 26. She was vibrant and a mother. And she passed on December 26th. She suffered from postpartum psychosis, and the clinical meds that were prescribed to her made it prohibiting her to take care of her children. And while I lost my daughter, I saw firsthand how these products provided dignity and relief in her struggle. I had an opportunity to study for the last 10 years when it comes to cannabis and cannabinoid therapy. And I will tell you this, that my shared experience needs to be a part of the conversation when we talk about THC and where the blame lies. I usually tell people, where did the struggle show up in our children? 5, 7, or 9? And we know as moms sometimes when there is a struggle. And at the same time, I want to extend my deepest sympathy and compassion to the families who associate THC products with their mental health struggles or psychosis in their own children, because I can and I have experienced them both. And I know that their pain is something that we don't want to be a part of that club, and we struggle with that sense of grief.
Ms.
But I
Daniels,
don't
thank you for your question and your testimony. We got a new sheriff for a little bit while the old sheriff's taking a break. But thank you for your testimony. I think we're going to the next panel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Do what? I know.
And this is the next panel.
Okay. Oscar Servin, Sean Salvage, Ross Martinez and Todd Harris. Next panel, Carol Baker, Liz Grow, Sheila Hemphill, and Madison Wickham. Welcome. Oscar Servin?
Yes, sir.
You? I show you registered as self, and you are against House Bill 28. Is that correct?
sir.
You may proceed.
Can I just
You have
add
2
my,
minutes.
yes, sir. Can I just add my company name? My company name?
Yes, it's not, you
I
want to
didn't-
register,
No, sir, I forgot to add that.
you want to just testify on behalf of yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Oscar Servin, but my community knows me as Little Pot. I'm the founder of Little Pot, a family-owned and operated brand started in 2019 after the Farm Bill created the first legal opportunity to come home. My journey began long before that. When Colorado became the first state to legalize cannabis recreationally, I had just landed a field engineering job with a respected construction company in Houston. I turned it down. I quit my job. I dropped out of college. I told my loved ones goodbye, and I drove 18 hours to Denver with nothing, just faith in something bigger. I spent years in Colorado, learning the industry from the ground up. While I had many chances to go elsewhere, I stayed committed to Texas. I was waiting for the moment from my home state that would finally allow my path to come home and push forward. While in Denver, I found my calling, not just in cannabis, but in serving people. I am military raised, and though I once dreamed of being a Marine, God had a different mission for me. I had the privilege of helping veterans manage PTSD, helping them transition back to civilian life with dignity. I helped everyday people find peace, whether from anxiety, pain, or grief. That experience changed me. Now back in Texas, I serve my neighbors the same way. Through Little Pot, I help people from all walks of life find relief. We operate responsibly, transparently, and with heart. House Bill 28 threatens all of that. It risks undoing the progress we've made and limiting access to the very people who need it most. I'm not here to ask, I'm here to serve. I offer my expertise, my story, and my commitment to help this state build a truly safe, fair, and effective cannabis industry. I respectfully oppose House Bill 28, and I thank every single one of you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sean Salvage? Salvage?
Yes, sir.
Show you registered self and against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Indeed.
You may begin.
Okay, I'll begin. I've been here a couple times. I'm going to try to go fast and through bullet points because I'd actually like to address many of your questions. I really appreciate that the House has actually considered this and is asking questions. Much different reception from being called an ugly, evil drug dealer in the Senate. So I served in Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan as a documentary combat photographer. I also served under the Bush, Obama, and Trump administration for the Office of the Secretary of the Air Force, and I say this because the nation's interest is my interest. I'm also a mediator arbitrator in the great state of Texas, so I'm really interested in finding out who best interest for everybody. I'm a mom as well, and I use THCV products. I'm very worried because we're banning this molecule through this bill. This molecule is known to modulate the effects of THC. That means it counteracts the effects of THC. So like I told the Senate, you're actually banning the substance that could be your solution. You've heard testimonies from mom and pops. I want to talk about the psychosis issue. I'm a mom. Topamax was recommended for my migraines when I came back from Afghanistan. It causes psychosis. My doc, also a neurologist, recommended a brain biopsy as an option, saying, I'm sorry, there's a lot we don't understand about neurology or autoimmune inflammation. Let's slice maybe into your brain, see what we can figure out. I told the doc, no thanks. He was one of the best in the country. Thank you to Uncle Sam for providing that care. But I wasn't prepared to have him slice into my brain and take me out for a few months as a single parent and a provider for my family. So I turned to THC and THCV and other products, including hemp here in Texas, because we don't have access to full spectrum flower. The fastest remedy for my migraines, which mimics symptoms looking like a stroke, is a smokable flower, an inhalable vape, but I would like the opportunity to be able to choose if I would like an edible, which is metabolized differently. As far as genetic predisposition to psychosis,
thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We appreciate it. Members,
It is
any questions?
genetic.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Ross Martinez, registered on behalf of VJ Farms Co. LLC, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You're against House Bill 28, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, committee. Hello, my name is Ross Martinez, and I'm here representing VJ Farms from Palestine, Texas, District 8. VJ Farms is a vertically integrated hemp brand with a foundation in cultivation and a reputation of bringing high-quality therapeutics, consumables, and pet treats to market. We grow the hemp, we manufacture topicals, tinctures, edibles. We would like to be able to manufacture our own smokables to sell to our customers, but we can't do that in the state. And that includes vape products. And I think that's one of the reasons that we're here. If us as the growers who really care about this plant were able to have full control over manufacturing, we wouldn't see the flooded market that we have with the gas stations selling poison, unregulated products. And those businesses, if these get taken if they get banned, they're not the ones that are going to be closing their stores. The vape shops that sell a lot of tobacco products, they're not the ones that are going to be closing their doors. It's going to be businesses like my brand and a bunch of brands that have already been represented here today. My brand has a retired teacher, a current teacher, and a retired nurse all on our board. We're on our community's Chamber of Commerce. We're valued members of our community. We want to be here to help you guys get through this legislation because we know it's confusing. We know that there's a lot of bad actors. There are way more good actors in this business than there are bad actors. And I want to make sure that voice is heard. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Todd Harris?
That's me.
Okay, now, we have you registered as Happy Cactus and Self. Did you want to change that?
That is correct.
We have 2 registrations. Can we delete one? We have 2 registrations. We can delete one.
We have you registered twice, and we're going to need to delete one. Do we have your permission to
You can
do
delete one.
that?
That sounds good.
Okay. You may begin.
Awesome,
And you are
thank you.
testifying against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Indeed, yes.
You may begin.
Sweet. I also want to thank everyone here for all the questions. You can tell you're not baiting, you're actually curious, and that's really awesome. That's what we need. Yes, my name is Todd Harris, and I am the co-owner of the Happy Cactus here in Austin, Texas. We were actually the shop that the Lieutenant Governor recently visited, and we carded him, as we do every single person that comes in our shop. And I oppose HB 28. My main point is this. HB 28 essentially represents a near total ban on THC products with the sole exception of beverages. In our shop, as well as many other shops across Texas, less than 5% of our product sales come from drinks. So this bill would effectively shut us down. Lots of folks that spoke before me said most everything I had written down. So I'm just going to give a quick story I remembered while I was backstage. I was in a band, so everything's backstage. Last week, a nurse from a local nursing home came into our shop. She shared with me that she has been using a CBD and THC salve with her patients for the past few months, and the results have been remarkable. Many of the patients she works with who have struggled with chronic pain for years and finally finding relief. However, if HB 28 passes, these individuals will no longer have access to this life-changing product. My sister and one of my aunts are both nurses, and it's important to note that many elderly patients in nursing homes are unable to consume products like seltzers, which makes topicals such as CBD and THC salves absolutely essential for their care. With that in mind, I think most of us can agree that HB 28 would limit access to many helpful non-beverage products that Texans rely on daily. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Thank you, panel. Appreciate you. Okay, the chair will call Carol Baker, Liz Groh, Sheila Hemphill, and Madison Wickham. On deck, Karen Jackery, Reginald Dees, Elliot Alagazian, Safwan Shaheen. Members, panelists, I'll remind you, we still have over 70 witnesses remaining on this bill, and if you've heard the prior testimony and just like to say ditto, again, echoing Chairman King's admonition, I'll reemphasize that. So with that, Carol Baker, we show you registered as American Shaman and Self,
Yes,
and you are against House Bill 28, is that correct?
that is correct.
You may begin. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Carol Baker, and I have a BS in chemical engineering and have experience in manufacturing and research. I am now an owner of a CBD American Shaman franchise store. The proposed ban on THC, including CBN, an extremely common and extensively used non-psychoactive cannabinoid, and in minute quantities in full spectrum CBD and hundreds of other non-psychoactive cannabinoids overlook a range of important medical, economic, and social considerations that would ultimately do more harm than good. My store is a franchise. We are trained. We train our employees and so that we can speak and educate consumers on hemp, cannabinoids, CBD, and THC, how they work, how they use, and help them find an appropriate product for them. I, like most of our other franchisees, have used our life savings, retirement, or whatever we had to start and operate our stores because we have been touched by and impacted by our products and seen how they help hundreds and thousands of consumers. The proposed bill would bankrupt our stores like ours, and choose only to carry hemp-derived products. And we would lose our life savings, but more importantly, we would be devastated that we could no longer help our customers with quality, affordable solutions they seek. I experienced the power of one of my products myself. I had a bad accident and had a severe break in both my tibia and fibula. After the second surgery to put my leg back together, I had severe nerve pain afterwards and was on oxycodone every 4 hours. When I was sent home, they messed up my prescription, and I did not think I could make it through the week without this pain. Our company had just come out with a new product, which is a blend of multiple cannabinoids, all non-psychoactive, but by the time, so it was time for me to try this product. The result was amazing. It erased any pain I had and in one sitting, and I never needed another oxy again. My surgeon, one of the top trauma surgeons in the state, was very interested and encouraged by the results I had from these cannabinoids. However, we all know that he can't suggest this to patients or prescribe this product, nor is this covered under a teacup. But what we could use this
Carol,
instead...
thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions? Chair recognizes Liz Grove. We show you registered as for yourself and against House Bill 28. Is that right?
That's correct. Could
You
I
may
also
proceed.
register on behalf of my business, Grow House Media, please?
I'm sorry?
I have a business called Grow House Media, and I'd also like to register on behalf of my business, please.
It's called Grow House.
Grow House.
Grow House?
Yes. GROWSOUHOUSE. Sorry.
Spell that again.
Media. Grow House Media. Like a house.
HOUSE?
SE, yes.
Media?
Media, yes, sir.
And GROW?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That is my real last name.
Okay, with your permission, we've changed that registration. You may
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, new sheriff and members of the committee. Thank you so much for your time and attention. It's been a long day, I know. My name is Liz Grove, New Braunfels, Texas, and I'm a concerned mother of a healthy 20-year-old, a proud Texan, and the co-founder of Grow House Media with my husband. We're a video production company that serves and celebrates the Texas hemp industry and a lot of the folks that you've been hearing from today in opposition to HB 28. This is a bill that seeks to ban all hemp-derived THCs, you know, all consumables except beverages. But in reality, this doesn't protect public health. I understand the intentions of the bill, but it does not protect public health. It hands the entire market to the alcohol industry from where I sit, which is an industry whose products are directly linked to addiction, violence, and long-term health issues. These are the true public health concerns, not hemp. My co-founder and husband and I have spent years amplifying the voice of Texas farmers, veterans, small business owners, patients, and parents who've found healing relief and economic opportunity through this plan. These are responsible adults making responsible choices in support common sense regulations. The way I see it, this bill isn't about safety, it's about control. It's about choosing big corporate alcohol profits over community-driven hemp businesses. Now, my heart goes out to these families who have suffered due to gas station cannabinoids. But let me tell you, what about those families who rely on cannabinoids grown by real Texas farmers that have real lab testing that you can trust, that rely on those cannabinoids to get through life and to thrive? Now, that's what I'm about, and I know that's what you guys are about too as Texans. So I strongly urge you to vote no on SB 3 and maybe consider HB 4242. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Sheila Hemphill,
Yes, sir.
we show you registered as Texas Right to Know and yourself, and you are for House Bill 28. Welcome.
Welcome, Chairman. Please don't start my time, because I really tried to be for this bill, because I know this whole system up here is a system, and I know there's some working.
We're going to have to start you on a timer.
Well, wait a minute. You got to change my position. I tried to be for. I thought maybe we can work
Wait,
through
well,
it.
okay.
I'm against.
Halt. Back up, members. You want us to change your registration from for House Bill 28 to against?
Yes, sir, I tried, but I'm against.
Well, we just want to capture what you feel about this bill.
And I
So,
hope you capture what I feel from
You're
this bill,
feeling
my
against the bill, correct?
I know
We're going
it's
to
a
change your
process.
registration. Is that okay?
I'm
Okay.
against.
Now you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Sheila Hemphill, and I have been at every single hemp hearing since 2015, when my family, Sheila Hemphill, kind of took it upon our family legacy to try to get this plant to restore our health of our soils, of our feed supply, of our our essential oils of our health. It's all been all about health for me. In 2014, it was added to the Republican Party. 2015, I thought, oh, 29 states already have it. Y'all need the backside of it, by the way. This is a double, I'll see you in a minute on SB3. Here you go, on the backside. So we're all clear on HB 28. The reason I was for it, I was like, oh, thank God that at least somebody's putting THC in it, because it's a two-way system. This is an exquisite plant that is designed to nourish our exquisite created endocannabinoid system, but to do so, to create these synapses of these brain functions that I rely on, and the people that you've heard, lives have been changed. I started with a young girl that had an abnormal brain that was diagnosed to be a vegetable. As I watched that child get, in 2013, hemp oil, which is now a Class A misdemeanor, here, lock me up, she would just lay there. She couldn't do anything. The mother would bathe her, and then when she started on hemp oil in 2013, when it first came out in Kentucky.
Ms. Hemphill, I hate to interrupt the story.
That was 2 minutes.
No.
She did restart it.
I think she did.
I
Anyway,
don't know, because I have brain functions. I don't understand time. I really don't. It's a brain thing.
We do, and I think the time registered. So anyway, I appreciate your testimony.
There are solutions.
Madison Wickham.
Yes, sir.
Madison, we show you registered as Chill Country Cannabis and Self, and you're against House Bill 28.
That is correct.
You may begin. 2 minutes.
Sincerely, thank you all for actively listening and asking great questions today. My name is Madison Wickham, and I'm a native Texan. I'm a father of 3 young Texans, and I'm the owner of a Texas-based, mission-driven company called Chill Country Cannabis. We make safe, organic, lab-tested cannabis edibles that are 100% compliant with the 2018 Federal Farm Bill. I'm not here today to save my company. I'm a seasoned entrepreneur, and I know how to maneuver through uncertainty. I'm here for the millions of Texans who enjoy or rely on safe, natural, hemp-derived products, most of whom have no idea that their rights and personal freedoms are being threatened. Unfortunately, very few people pay attention to the Texas legislative process. It's been said countless times, but I'll say it again. This plant is not a public safety threat. It's a literal gift from God. It's a natural plant medicine and with tremendous therapeutic benefits. I know this firsthand from my own personal experience and from hundreds of stories from customers, friends, and family members who use cannabis as an alternative to things like alcohol and synthetic prescription drugs, 2 things that actually do pose a serious threat to public health and safety. Yes, we do need more safety regulations, but banning all hemp products aside from lab-converted THC beverages will not protect the public or reduce demand. It will only hand the demand over to the real bad guys who operate in the black market, and that will certainly create a public health crisis. Nobody is going to stop using cannabis regardless of the legislation that you guys pass. Do you want Texans to buy their cannabis products from legitimate operators like myself and many others who spoke here today, or from the illicit black market? The choice is y'all's. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Panel, thank you for your testimony. I'll just reemphasize, we're trying to be fair to everybody. And so and if we can do that by a timer, then I hope we don't create any feelings of misgivings to any of the panelists. We appreciate you waiting all day. We're just trying to get through a whole raft of witnesses here and get through at a time where we can start Senate Bill 3. So anyway, thank you for your time. At this time, the chair will call Karen Jackie, Reginald Dees, Elliot Alaguazian, Safwan Shaheen, and on deck we have Reese Newland, Maisie Fields, Sergio Vargas, Pamela Carlisle. Karen Jackie. she is registered as representing herself, and she is against House Bill 28. We'll show her against the bill without testifying.
This might be her.
Or wait just a second here. Ms. Jackie, is that you? Okay, we're going to back up. We're going to recognize you. Don't hurry.
Short, I'm used to going slow.
We're glad you're here. Karen, Jackie, we show you registered for yourself, and you're against House Bill 28. Is that correct?
Certainly am.
You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Karen Jackie.
Pull it a little closer.
My name is Karen Jackie. My family's from here, been here since before Texas was Texas. And I am representing my current 3 generations, my 80-year-old father, who is now off of paid bills, off of antidepressants. These are things that he's been on for 20 years. He's handicapped. So these are things that we desperately need. We don't want anything synthetic. We want it regulated. We want to make sure that our kids are safe. But we need our medication. That's all I have to say. We need it. And I'm with a group that, man, they card everybody. They educate everybody. This is not a company that does anything but make sure we all have what we need. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
That was short and concise.
Yes. Reginald Dees, is that you? Okay. We have registered Reginald Dees, representing Cloud Phonics and self. He's against House Bill 28. We'll show he's against the bill without testifying. Elliot Alaguazian, registered self. Maybe safety agent at X Corp, against House Bill 28. We'll show he's against the bill without testifying. And Safwan Shaheen, we show you registered representing All-Star Wholesale and self, and you're against House Bill 28. Is that correct?
Correct.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. 4 years ago, I ran away from sweet dictatorship of California. I call it sweet dictatorship because they sugarcoat everything they do. And unfortunately, I'm witnessing the same thing. THC, CBD, when you combine them, it's a miracle drug, God-given drug. Even in Possum 107, it says that the herb to serve the man. So when you abuse anything, when we abuse food, it becomes problem. I use it myself personally to sleep at night, and also to cut down on drinking. I use it big time. And I know a good friend of mine, she helped patients, and she's curing cancers also using THC, CBD products. We own for natural things. I don't like medicine. I don't like pharmaceutical medicine. I use natural products as my medicine. I'm off blood pressure medicine because I use hemp products. Because my health blood products affect my glaucoma, so I'm done with it. I'm doing really great. That's my self testimony. And also for businesses, look at California. They go under the table, they go to the streets, the black markets, kids, they still smoking from the streets, illegal, harmful stuff as well. And the crime rate is really to the sky in California. Do you want the same thing to happen here in Texas? Do as California does or did a few years back. I ran away from that crap, so I'm here. And the great state of Texas, where we have freedom of choice.
We'll stop with the great state of Texas. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, panel. Appreciate you. Okay,
No
the chair will
questions.
call, thank you. Chair will call Reese Newland, Maisie Fields, Sergio Vargas, and Pamela Carlisle. On deck. Brandon Tiarina, Taylor Kirk, Joseph Littell, Jennifer Daigle Gregg. Okay. Reese Newland. Is Reese Newland?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Reese, we show you registered as yourself
Yes, sir.
against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Will you add cachet THCA to, I'd like to speak on behalf. A lot of what I'm going to be talking about is kind of my experience there. But
Oh, you
I
want
don't-
to
we-
register it not only for yourself, but for a company?
Yes, sir.
And what is that company's name?
It's called Cachet, K-A-C-H-E.
Just Cachet?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We show you registered self and Cachet, and you're against House Bill 28, so you may proceed. You got 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say, like, I started working for Cachet 11 months ago, and what I've experienced there is, you know, a self-regulated, you know, company, and I've also got to meet the other owners of other dispensaries across Austin, San Antonio, other cities that are doing things the right way. They're IDing people. They're not letting people in that are under 21. We run all of our IDs through a scanner. We have bulletproof glass and steel doors that you have to be buzzed in. I think this creates a safe place for people to shop. Everybody that I've been working with in this industry has third-party, you know, analysis done to test for the pesticides and heavy metals, which I hear is a concern. I've been in retail for almost 20 years. I've never worked a job where I've had so much praise and so many thank yous. Like, I don't have upset customers ever. We have a lot of veterans, people that are, you know, have their teacup cards, and, you know, we give them discounts as long. We also have blind customers, deaf customers, customers with one leg, no legs, people that need, you know, or got off Ambien. I'm sure everybody's heard Ambien stories. I'm not going to embarrass my mom with hers, but, you know, now she uses, you know, gummies so she can, you know, sleep. I think that this bill is bad because I think it's going to put these mom and pop stores out of business. It's going to put, you know, everything back in the hands of the black market, which, you know, obviously don't regulate themselves. So I am in favor of regulation. I just think we need more common sense.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes, thank you.
Maisie Fields? Yes. Maisie, is that you? Yes. I show you registered as inner eye and self, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you, Reese, would you pull the microphone closer to her?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Maisie. Welcome.
Thank you. I don't work for a company as far as cannabis. I work for my company, which is NRI. I've been a massage therapist for the past 25 years, and I just really want to talk about how it has helped me personally. I am totally blind, and I have a retinal detachment. And with a lot of blind people, if you don't know this, insomnia is in more than half of us. We have, and not just insomnia, but horrible insomnia, to the point we can go days and days without sleep. So you can imagine what that does to your brain. I am a single mother. I have my own business. And on top of the fact that I wasn't getting sleep, I also was waking up and not wanting to go to my business that was thriving because I was having debilitating panic attacks. I have been using these products, and not only has my panic attacks evaporated, I haven't had one since 2019, but the improvement in how I'm able to see my clients, to feel all of their pain connections and help them. I've been a therapist for 25 years, and just since I've started using this, the quality of my work has changed, the deeper understanding of what I'm doing and how muscles connect and pain, everything has changed. My life has changed because I now do not have the distractions of my anxiety and my insomnia. So I am opposed to SB 28.
Maisie, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for taking time and managing all the obstacles you have to manage to be here to give us your testimony. Thank you for that. Sergio Vargas? Is there Sergio Vargas? Okay, registered himself. We're going to show, Sergio, are you here?
I'm in opposition to the bill, but I'll be testifying for just SB 3.
No, you've already said something, so we'll if you'll wait just a second, call him a second.
Yeah, we can call him on the next panel.
We'll call you up on the next panel, okay? And Pamela Carlisle, okay?
Yes.
We show you registered yourself and against House Bill 28, is that correct?
That is correct.
You may begin your testimony. Thank you.
My name is Pamela Carlisle, and I'm in opposition to House Bill 28. And I want to thank you all for listening to us today. That didn't happen prior. It is so important for all of our voices to be heard. And I just want everybody to know that my heart does go out to the families who have been affected by bad actors in the industry and street dealers. So I come not only as a store owner, but also as a Christian. God put an endocannabinoid system in our bodies to process cannabinoids for better health. People should have the option to choose natural sources for healing and not just pharmaceuticals. HB 28 removes that choice from Texans. We need more than just beverages. Consumers would be missing out on effective products like topicals and tinctures. Independent store owners have safe products that are available to everyone who is over 21 and wants the ability to choose something natural for sleep issues, discomfort, stress relief, and a lot of other ailments. There are many non-intoxicating cannabinoids in hemp, and by limiting them to just CBD and CBG, consumers are missing out on the benefits of CBN and CBC and so many others. There needs to be more options of non-intoxicating hemp-derived products available. I would ask the committee to please do more research about all the cannabinoids before making the extreme decision to ban, before understanding how the plant works. A ban would put over 8,000 stores out of business, and Texans would still get the products they want, either online or on the street or traveling out of state. So thank you very much for your time and for listening to all of us. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay, panel, we'll go to the next one. I think this gentleman's maybe on the next panel. He wandered up by mistake early, so. Okay. Sergio Vargas, you're up. Brandon Tiarina, Taylor Kirk, and Joseph Littell. Just a moment, we've got to call up the next panel. Okay, Derek Atwood, Aaron Owens, Kenneth Berner, and Jennifer Daigle-Gregg in the next group. Sergio Vargas, we show you registered yourself, and you're against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, you may proceed.
Hi, my name is Sergio Vargas, Can I add a business?
You sure can. What kind of business you want to add?
Cachet?
Cachet?
So, hemp store.
We have your, we have,
K-A-C-H-E, yeah, correct.
we have your permission to change your registration?
Yes.
Okay. You may proceed.
All right, yeah. My name is Sergio Vargas, and I'm from Houston, Texas, and I'm here for the opposition of SB 28. We do have a store here in Austin, and we try to do the most security that we can and try to do the most that we can to have regulation to have not kids come into the store. It's 21 and up. We have 3 different ways to get into the store, so, you know, it's very secure when somebody goes in there. You know, it's not a shady market, you know, where people will have to go if, you know, kind of these, this bill goes through. So it's a product that I use every day myself for anxiety, and it helps out a lot. And, you know, it's gonna, you know, it's gonna stop people from getting that help that they need every day. And so just want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. Brandon Tiarina, we show you registered for ATX Organics and Self against House Bill 28. Still no Brandon? Okay, we're going to show him as registered, not testifying. Taylor Kirk, now we got you.
Sorry, it's been a long day. I know
Okay.
you guys know that.
Taylor, we show you registered as 4K Farm LLC and Self, and you're against House Bill 28, is that correct?
That's correct.
You may begin. Thank you.
Thank you all for your endurance today and being patient with us and hearing our testimonies. My name is Taylor Kirk, and I oppose HB 28. Again, I represent myself and 4K Farm LLC, which is a small business craft hemp farm in Giddings, Texas. I'm a cannabis expert and agronomist from Texas A&M University with over 25 years of experience in Texas agriculture. I began my cannabis career in medical cannabis industry in 2017 with Texas Original Compassionate Cultivation, one of the 3 licensed cannabis producers in Teacup. In 2020, my wife and I founded 4K Farm and decided to enter the legal hemp market. Once Texas opened up hemp producer, manufacturer, distributor licenses, we acquired all our necessary licenses and purpose-built our farm. Our business has been well received by our community and local law enforcement who appreciate our transparency and dedication to premium quality, compliant products. We have been operating for over 4.5 years now, servicing both local and out-of-state consumable hemp businesses and consumers. We specialize in premium hemp flower and offer full-spectrum CBD and CBG products such as tinctures, gummies, and topicals. HB 28 would make our federally legal hemp products illegal in Texas. Such a ban would hand this multi-billion-dollar industry over to the illicit market, abandoning all opportunity to enforce it. Many proponents of this bill are fear-mongering, making false claims, and choosing to ignore industry experts and the majority of Texans who desire continued access to full-spectrum hemp products. Through the influence of private interest groups, this bill aims to criminalize hemp and create a monopoly on THC in Texas for big alcohol and corporate cannabis companies. Texas laws are comprehensive and align with federal law, adding age and
Taylor,
childproof.
thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions? Okay, Joseph Littell, we show you registered for Gilded Extracts and Self, and you're against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the House, my name is Joe Littell. I'm a 30% disabled Marine veteran, and I work for Gilded Extracts, a fully licensed Texas-based hemp company committed to safety, compliance, and transparency. We third-party test every product, protect our consumers, and follow every regulation. Today, I speak not just for my company, but for an entire legal industry that's being unfairly targeted by this bill, all because of a growing need for increased state-implemented regulation. HB 28 doesn't regulate, it devastates. And here's what Texas stands to lose. Billions in economic activity, gone. Green Market Report 2025. Over 50,000 jobs wiped out, from farms to labs to storefront. Global Newswire 2025. More than $250 million in annual tax revenue, gone. Cannabis Business Times 2025. Safe, tested products replaced by black market alternatives. Veteran and family-owned businesses shut down while monopolies move in. Statesman 2025. Thousands of patients and veterans, including myself, lose access to what helps us live without dependency. This is from my own personal experience. I haven't had a drink in 7 years, thanks to cannabinoids. They saved me. A halt in research on cannabinoids like CBDA, THCA, and CBN linked to neuroprotection and sleep in PubMed 370477798, 377965540. Repeating prohibitions failures, wasting tax revenue rather than using it to fund better inspections and enforcement, Global Newswire 2025, and a loss of public trust. Texans want access, not overreach. And that's from Reddit and Texas Polls 2025. Gilded Extracts and hundreds of others already third-party test every product. We label, we batch track, we keep minors out, and we want to move forward with the state, not against it.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Members, any questions? Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair will call Jennifer Daigle Gregg, Derek Atwood, Aaron Owens, and Kenneth Berner. On deck, Kyle Wise, Stephanie Focus, Thomas Monty, Kaylee Vasquez, Jennifer Daigle Gregg. Jennifer Daigle Gregg?
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
We'll show you registered representing Find Your Hemp and Self, and you're against House Bill 28. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may begin. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, committee. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. I know it's been a long day. My name is Jennifer Daigle Gregg, and I am a cannabis business owner, mother of 4, wife, and autistic adult. I am in complete opposition of this bill. Years ago, I was improperly diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and the side effects of those medications almost ended my life due to severe organ damage. After a correct diagnosis of autism, I use legal cannabis products to help aid my brain and body in detoxing from the dangerous pharmaceuticals. I still continue to use these natural, legal, reliably tested products to help with my daily life. My diagnosis of autism comes with ADHD, severe anxiety, and depression. Without the use of a full spectrum hemp product, I would not even be able to have the confidence to even be here today to give my testimony. Banning all cannabinoids except for CBD and CBG and removing the option of a full spectrum product in cannabinoids such as CBC and CBN will no longer be available, and each cannabinoid within the plant has a role to play, and they work better as an entourage. As far as teacup is concerned, it is not accessible to many cannabis patients, like me, who do not qualify for their services, and as well as the products they offer are often not potent enough to truly help those of us who need it most. The TCAP program also creates a financial burden on many patients who need cannabis to simply live their lives because it costs much more than a reputable Texas-based company product. Therefore, it makes it financially impossible for people such as veterans and seniors to get access to their care. As a business owner, I've seen this plant completely change lives. I've seen customers come in for the first time in a wheelchair and the next time in a walker. I have had mothers begging me to help their child who suffers from epilepsy or autism, or the customer who is just diagnosed with cancer and has no idea what to do next. I've held hands and cried with these customers. Please continue to establish more regulation under the 2019 Farm Bill and give dishes the proper training and funding to make this industry safer instead of outright banning. The ban of certain products or cannabinoids is only going to surge the dangerous black market products here in our great state and the bad actors who are associated with those practices. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Derek Atwood. Derek Atwood. We show he's registered as for self and against House Bill 28. We're going to show him registered against the bill but not testifying. Aaron Owens.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we show you registered as Tejas Hemp LLC and Tejas Tonic LLC and
Yes.
self.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Okay, and you're against House Bill 28?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. Okay, you may begin. Thank you.
Aaron Owens. I'm a founding board member of the Texas Hemp Coalition, as well the founder and farmer of Tejas Hemp and our local hemp beverage brand, Tejas Tonic. I've been successfully farming 5 to 10 acres of hemp a year in Texas since 2020. I would like to respectfully oppose HB 28 as it stands today. In 2020, the arrival of Delta 8 opened the unexpected and unintended world of synthetics, virtually removing farming opportunities from the consumable hemp supply chain. I would like to applaud and support your willingness to prohibit all synthetics, isomers, and converted cannabinoids as we move forward, bringing back the intended opportunity for Texas farmers and agriculture as a whole. Farmers need as many opportunities to get their crops to market as possible. Beyond beverages, adding back tinctures and edibles instantly triples the opportunity for our Texas farmers to get their future crops to market. My business currently manufactures beverages, tinctures, and edibles at what we consider to be a low dose of 5 milligrams THC. I believe we should reserve everything above 5 milligrams for the medical marijuana market. I would like to point out that hemp plants have over 130 naturally occurring cannabinoids in them, and most importantly, that it is physically impossible to grow plants with any 1, 2, or even 3 of these isolated compounds. Allowing only CBD, CBG, and THC in consumable products would place unnecessary financial pressures on farmers, forcing us to go to expensive laboratories to strip out the other 127 non-psychoactive compounds found in the plant at our own expense before going to market. In regards to regulatory framework, I would like to point out that mimicking the alcohol regulation system is not appropriate for hemp, as alcohol and hemp are simply not congruent. My business only succeeds because I have the ability to sell direct to consumers through my website. In fact, 90% of today's businesses are all online. Look at Amazon as an example. If you remove our ability to sell direct to consumers in Texas, not only are you reducing the chances of success for our Texas farmers, but you are also inviting an uncontrollable amount of outsiders wanting to sell into our market from out of state, and we have no ability to regulate that. Ban synthetics, bring back farming, and please allow us the freedom to take our products to market outside of alcohol.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Okay, Kenneth Berner, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we show you registered as self and against House Bill 28, is that correct?
That is correct.
You may proceed. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you for the chance to get to speak here. I am a Texas native, a veteran, and a small business owner. This would cripple our business, but beyond that, we speak to thousands of people a week that use these products. And since this has started being kicked around, we've asked every one of them what they would do if any of these particular bills were passed. They all tell us a range of things, from going back to their street dealer or getting it from a state where it's legal. But what they don't ever say is, well, I'll stop using it. So we'll stop selling it, but where are they going to get it from? And that's I think the number one point that needs to be stressed here is that leaves a vacuum that's going to be filled with products that are way worse than anything that's out there now. Thank you.
Well, are you done? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks, panel, for your testimony. By the way, I'll go ahead and emphasize, if you have prepared remarks, we can take them and read them. This last gentleman spoke from his heart. I would suggest that's a pretty good method of communication. So let us read your testimony and speak from your heart. So at this time, the chair will call Kyle Wise, Stephanie Focus, Thomas Monty, Kaylee Vasquez. Why don't we go ahead and just start? Kylie Wise.
Kyle?
Kyle?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Kyle.
All right.
Okay, well, just a moment. Show
Thank
you
you.
registered self, and you're against House Bill 28, is that correct?
Yes.
You may begin.
You said against, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Yes,
Then that
show
is
you
correct.
against.
Thank you, people of the House who are still here, for the chance to speak. I want to address the families here who have shared stories either for or against the bill. I genuinely appreciate your testimony. We've heard many people here explain that their adult family members participated in the use of cannabinoids, and afterwards they had issues that led to psychosis, anxiety, depression, the jump to other drugs, losing their ability to speak English, and even suicide attempts. Thankfully, my story is different. Most of those things have happened to me before I started using hemp-derived products. At the age of 12, I had already experimented with Xanax, After that little experiment, I was diagnosed with a few temporary problems and given antipsychotics because of a breakdown that had me hearing voices. Around that same time, I was diagnosed with manic depression, I was having anxiety attacks daily, and I was diagnosed with general anxiety disorder. By 15, I was taking any prescription or over-the-counter medicine that I could get my hands on to try and help my anxiety. By 16, I had tried marijuana. I did not like the effects of it, so I didn't use it again until I was an adult. By 18 years old, I had attempted suicide twice. By 19 years old, I was in a bad car accident that left me in a wheelchair and left me with an addiction for opioids after being on liquid Dilaudid and morphine, which led to another suicide attempt. By 21 years old, the hemp bill had passed in 2019, and I started partaking in the use of full-spectrum cannabinoid oils. And since the day after my 21st birthday, I've been sober from all alcohol and opioids, and my quality of life has increased exponentially, all thanks to the alternative cannabinoids. Thank you again for your time, and I ask you, please vote against HB 28. Without the vapes that I use daily, I wouldn't be able to stand or sit in front of you today and share my story.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we need to announce this? Okay. Before we move on, what's that say? Okay. Okay, the next panel will include Maricruz Wolfel, Maria Fuentes, Scott Van Landingham, Kretschmar Simon. Okay. Stephanie Focus?
You got it.
Okay. We show you Stephanie Focus. You're testifying for yourself and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Please proceed.
Sure. Stephanie Focus from Dallas, Texas. I have 3 children, twin boys that are 16, a daughter that's 12. One of my twins, boys, has epilepsy. He was diagnosed when he was 4, so back in 2012. He very quickly ran through multiple pharmaceutical drugs that did not work for him. He had brain surgery a mere 6 weeks after his diagnosis. And whereas he was seizure-free for about 16 months, his seizures did come back. I was lucky enough in 2013, right before his seizures came back, to have realized that I was watching a CNN documentary by Dr. Sanjay Gupta that was featuring a little girl named Charlotte Figge who lived in Colorado, whose mother has testified already today, that CBD, full spectrum hemp CBD was working for her. And I decided to put my son on a plane and go to Colorado. So he got a red card, started full spectrum hemp CBD in January of 2014, and he was seizure-free by April of that year, and he's been seizure-free since then, so 10 plus years, and that's all he uses. I got involved with the passing of the original compassionate use program legislation back in 2015, just because I couldn't not tell his story. So I've been here to the Capitol speaking about the same thing. So it's just very frustrating for me to be here 10 years later fighting for the same access so that my son can have what he needs to stay seizure-free and to live his best life.
Understand. Thank you for your testimony,
Thank you.
members. Oh, Mr. Phelan.
Thank you for being here. Your son went to Colorado.
Yes.
And you got an oil there, correct?
Correct.
Is that same exact product available right now in Texas?
Yes.
Currently?
Yes.
But not through the compassionate use program, correct?
Correct. I never, regardless of the fact that I helped pass that bill for the compassionate use program all those years ago, because we started on a Colorado-based tincture, regardless of the fact that it was now available in Texas, I never changed him over to a Texas-grown hemp CBD, just because you don't fix what's not broken.
So you had that delivered to your home?
Correct.
Just is shipped?
Yes.
Just UPS or FedEx or whatever?
Correct.
How much does that cost?
A bottle of it costs about $50.
And how long does that last?
About a month.
But you could get the same product in Texas right now?
Sure.
If we don't change the current regulations? If
this bill passes, if HB 28 passes, then it appears that I won't be able to get it shipped here.
Do you know what that same product costs in Texas?
No.
No, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members for the questions? All right. We have Thomas Monty.
Yes, sir.
All right. We show you as Thomas Monty, testify on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
First, I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Thomas Monty. I live in League City, Texas. I moved to Texas in 2021 after I retired in 2020 from the Illinois State Police as a sergeant. I spent 27 years in good standing with my department and retired in good standing with multiple commendations and awards. 17 of those years I was spent as a narcotics officer undercover or as a full-time SWAT operator. I'm against the bill because I'm for pro-common sense regulation. I would like to see safety and access, a safe product and environment, safety and access due to economic restrictions so people can afford to actually use the medication that they need to use, and options other than tinctures and edibles. I currently use hemp products myself to treat PTSD from multiple violent critical incident exposures and physical trauma that I received through use of force and motor vehicle accident over the course of 27 years. I would like to see the industry stay because I don't want to see thousands of people be put out of work, and I do not want to see potentially billions of dollars in revenue and tax source pushed into a gray market, if we're lucky, that would be out of state to other states where their products could be sent in here, where Texas does not have regulation and overwatch for safety purposes over it. But where I would really not want to see that pushed is into black market funding for cartel funding, because they will use that funding to promote things such as opioid, fentanyl trafficking, human trafficking, sex trafficking, things like that. I had to deal with it, especially in the Chicago area, on a daily basis there, and I can quite imagine that it's much worse here with being a border state because of the closeness to the cartels. So that's really what I wanted to testify to, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, there are questions? Mr. Monty? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Kaylee Vasquez.
Yes, sir. Hello. Oh, thank you.
We show you as Kaylee Vasquez, representing Coastal Buds Dispensary, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Kaylee Vasquez, and I'm the owner of a licensed state-compliant hemp dispensary located in Portland, Texas. My business sells lab-tested hemp-derived cannabinoids that help many people every day with things like sleep, pain, PTSD, anxiety, and a lot more. Businesses like mine have helped build this industry. We've dedicated countless hours to educating our communities, strictly followed all state laws and regulations, and have helped drive local growth by creating jobs, supporting nearby businesses and nonprofits, and contributing to the Texas economy. My family and I traveled a few hours to be here today because HB 28 not only threatens our business, but threatens thousands of legal operators all over the state. It also threatens to take away safe, affordable access from hundreds of thousands of adult consumers in Texas. I want to express my strong opposition to HB 28, which unfairly carves out an exception for THC beverages, a bill clearly influenced by lobbying pressure from major alcohol distributors, large chain retailers, and convenience stores. This is nothing short of a special interest vendor bill. This isn't about public safety, it's about protecting profits for powerful corporations. I strongly support regulations to protect young people, but I'm very concerned about the negative impact that prohibition or even harsh limitations will have. Our state will be safer if we choose to regulate and separate these products rather than criminalizing possession of them. Instead of banning on an entire industry, we should be working together to ensure transparency, testing, clear labeling, and provide consumer education, just like we do with alcohol, tobacco, and pharmaceuticals. Texas deserves access to safe and regulated hemp products, and they also deserve representatives in an industry that isn't controlled by just a few big players. I respectfully urge you to oppose HB 28 and protect the Texas hemp industry, not just for us small business owners, but for the thousands of adult Texans who responsibly use it and depend on it, and they are all watching. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, there are questions? Seeing none, thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chair calls Mary Cruz Wolfell, Maria Fuentes, Scott Van Landingham, Okay. Kretschmar Simon? Simeon? Okay, thank you, Mr. Simeon. Okay, the next panel will be Athena Morgan, Chris Bentler, Kimberly Moyers, Michael Anderson. Okay. Mary Cruz Wolf.
Yes,
We show you as testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Dear Star representatives, my name is Maricruz Wolfeld. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you the reasons why I oppose HB 28 and ask you to ban all THC products. For the last 2 years, we have been living a nightmare as a result of a loophole in legislation and its exploitation by a predatory for-profit industry that couldn't care less about the detrimental health impact it is causing to our families. My son, now 29, was a healthy and productive young adult who never suffered from mental illness, nor did anyone on either side of the family. A dual credit student who graduated with honors at the same time from high school and community college and was finishing his bachelor's degree. His background was impeccable, and his work allowed him to be even in front of several US presidents. After legalization, vape shops appear with products that were not FDA approved and may contain unknown ingredients. My son wouldn't have tried any illegal drugs. He was 25 when he started vaping. He started using these addictive products, and his behavior started changing. He used vapes, even high-potency lollipops. He lost his job, his money, but what is worse, his reasoning capacity. All telltale symptoms of cannabis-induced psychosis. Yes, hemp via these products cause psychosis and can kill. For almost 2 years, he has experienced paranoia, delusions, and hallucinations. He lacks awareness of his condition because it's another situation called anosognosia. And we haven't been able to get him the help that he needs and deserves. He was a dual credit student. Now he was a dual prognosis.
Ms. Wolfeld, thank you for that testimony.
Thank you.
Members, other questions for this witness? All right, seeing none, Chair calls, we have Maria Fuentes?
That's correct.
Huh?
Yeah, that's correct. That's my name.
Okay, and we show you as testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Maria Fuentes, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. It's been quite an experience. And I want to say that I've seen everybody that is coming over here is very much interested on the health of the people, which is great. But it seems to me like if we don't need doctors anymore to be treated. We just go to the corner, you get the medicine, and I thought, so what are the doctors doing? If all those products are so good, why am I not allowed to grow it in my backyard along with my mint and my chamomile? And that's for a reason, because they are addictive, they have consequences. And I think that 20 years before now, when there was no law, they were not legal, I don't think we were worse than today. I seen that my family have severely suffered consequences. Not my oldest daughters, but one of my daughters, she started using THC when she was in college, at the third year in college. She used it for about 3 years. She was functioning normal. And then when she stopped, her mind went into a breakdown or something, to the point that she could not even know she forgot how to drive. She cannot maintain a job. She's been drug-free for about 5 years. She still cannot keep a job for more than a couple of weeks or something. We have to pay for her apartment, and it has been a challenge. My 2 youngest daughters, I'm very concerned, because even seeing her sister, they don't believe that this was induced by the drugs. So they start using gummies, and then the natural, they call it natural from good sources, the flowers, and I don't know, they think that they know more because they've been indoctrinated, I say, but they learn from people that knows everything. And it's healthy to treat whatever illness that they don't have because they were very healthy. Now they're very much addicted to the point that they cannot have breakfast if they have not go and smoke.
Thank
I'm
you.
so concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for
And I'm
sharing
just
that.
going to say I want to ban it, these products. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, members, questions for this witness? Seeing none. Scott Van Landingham? Okay, we're going to show Scott Van Landingham was registered to testify on behalf of De Vega against the bill, not testifying. Kretschmar Simon? Simeon. Kretschmar Simeon.
Yes,
We
sir.
show you as testifying on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct,
Please
sir.
proceed.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Simeon Kretschmar, and I have been happily working in the industry, seeing the value it brings. I have traveled a great distance to meet with you this evening and to discuss the critical situation at hand today. These products that you are attempting to ban have been nothing but beneficial to our clientele, including many elderly and those who have special conditions that need to be met. I'm a veteran myself. I'm a family man, a very devout religious man, and I believe in the freedom and traditions of this beautiful country, as many here, I'm sure. However, some beliefs, such as this devil's lettuce, is an argument of ignorance that has aged like milk and has become obsolete. 1 month of this product has done more wonders for me and healing for my broken mind and body than any year with any of your doctors, the same doctors that you want to give this exact power to through their hypocritical oath. Just like the poison Big Pharma sells us, passing this bill will temporarily end one issue but cause countless more. Banning this product will put it back into the enemy hands, into the streets, and into the hands of the children you claim to care for. If you want education, we have a whole team of intelligent and trustworthy men and women ready to help you understand. We have a common enemy, which is out there waiting for you to pass this bill, because when people have needs that must be met, come showdown, the pharmacies will not be there for them. You pass this bill, and the bad guys will win. The kids will not be safe and because of the black market. Al Capones will be running rampant in the streets. Tax dollars you could benefit greatly with our product will be gone, and votes to your next term will be substantially threatened. Thousands of jobs will be lost in an already damaged economy, and families will have nothing. Not learning from history will doom us to repeat it. If you claim to be for the people and by the people, then in the name of God, do the right thing. In the name of God, use common sense. In the name of God, do not ban our medicine.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. All right. Chair calls Athena Morgan, Chris Bentler, Kimberly Moyers, Michael Anderson. And which one are you?
I'm Chris Bentler.
Okay.
Tried to sit in the right chair for you.
Oh, you're fine. So we have you as Chris Bentler.
Yes, sir.
Testifying on behalf of De Vega.
Yes, sir.
And you are against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Chris Bentler, co-founder of De Vega Wellness, formerly De Vega CBD. We rebranded to reflect our wellness first position, built on public trust, product integrity, and the safe, informed use of cannabinoids. As you consider these bills, I want to be clear, responsible operators already exist. De Vega is one of them. We enforce age restrictions, use child-resistant packaging, cap THC at 300 milligrams a bottle, and provide clear educational labeling. We've served veterans specifically for 3 years now. They don't want more pills from the VA. They want options. They want relief without risking arrest. Passing this bill would put veterans in cages. Mitch Fuller, the state and national legislative chair of the VFW, testified earlier and mentioned that their organization currently operates 5 or 6 vending machines. It's actually down to 2. We have vending machines in post 10-427 with Mitch, Dave, John, and Tommy. And then also the post 76 on the Riverwalk, the oldest post in Texas. In addition, we sell hemp-related products via display cases and another 14 posts. However, there are 200 VFW posts across Texas where we can expand access to safe, consumable hemp products, much like the teacup, but with broader reach. Here's a sample of one of our products. You will notice our packaging proudly carries the VFW logo, a distinction reserved for a select group of companies, reflecting our commitment to quality service for those who have served. Thank you, Chairman King, and the committee for your time.
Thank you for that testimony. I've got one question.
Yes, sir.
Because I've heard vending machines pop up a few times.
Yeah, we started with those, yes, sir.
And maybe it's different now. I used to go to the VFW post as a small child with my grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Are kids still allowed?
Yes, sir.
Is there anybody that stops a kid from
Yes, sir.
accessing a vending machine?
They're in next to the canteens with the bartenders. And
Okay.
They're very much watched.
I figured
That's why we've actually switched to the display case model where it's actually those bartenders selling the products, which just ensures even more. We just have good access, post 76 and 10427, they're just right there.
Okay. Well,
Yes, sir.
I assumed as much, but you should never assume around this place. I've just
Correct, sir.
I just wanted some clarification on that. Members,
Of
any other
course.
questions? Seeing none, thank you for being
Appreciate it.
here. Okay, Athena Morgan. We're going to show Athena Morgan is testifying on behalf of self against the bill, not testifying. Kimberly Moyers. We're going to show Kimberly Moyers registered for self, against the bill, not testifying. Michael Anderson. We're going to show Michael Anderson registered on behalf of WI Consulting and self against the bill, not testifying. If there's still anybody in the overflow room, there is room in the main committee room now. If anybody is still there, would like to come over. Chair calls Lauren Bridges, Cameron Virgilio, Austin Schlusser, Robert Garcia. Next panel will include Janice Harrison, Derek Stuckey, Colleen Phillips, Zachary Adair. Okay. Is she over here? Okay. Let the record reflect that Representative Hernandez is on the dais. Lauren Bridges? So you are Lauren Bridges. I have you registered as testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
My name is Lauren Bridges, and I'm a lifelong Texan, a mother, a small business owner in Longview, Texas. I've spent the last 16 years behind the chair as a hairstylist, and what started as a passion to expand my knowledge of cosmetic chemistry led me to earn degrees in biochemistry and eventually cannabis science and operations from St. Louis University, where I specialized in topical cannabis formulations, specifically THCV for hair growth. I now run a licensed hemp retail boutique in my salon space. I serve on the executive board of the Texas Canna Mom Collective, and I use the knowledge that I've learned to help members of my community who are looking for safer wellness alternatives. My journey with hemp began with my own personal desire to replace a few pharmaceuticals and over-the-counter medicines that were causing me unwanted side effects with a natural alternative. I originally joined the Teacup program when it became available to me and encouraged my clients who sat in my salon chair, who also qualified and confided in me that they were suffering from similar issues. However, many of us found the products available on the Teacup to be lacking. I learned I prefer cultivar-specific, organically and regeneratively farmed, solventlessly extracted products, and the Teacup products did not meet my standards or expectations. I no longer place orders on Teacup, but I maintain my medical prescription as protection against organizations like CPS. Many of my clients maintain their Teacup endorsement for their job security. The holes in the Teacup program led me to seek out legal hemp products and brands that met my standards, and that's when my small hemp boutique, Alchemy TX, was born inside the salon space. The worst thing about this bill is that it would criminalize Texans for using and selling federally legal products. People who are following the rules, supporting their families, and choosing plant-based wellness would suddenly become criminals in their own state. This fact is what I find most harmful to the families, the most harmful thing about hemp. This isn't just about
Thank you
business,
for
but
your
the.
testimony, Ms. Bridges.
Thank you.
Members, are there questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Cameron Virgilio. Okay, we're going to show Cameron Virgilio representing Rock and Roll It against the bill, not testifying. Austin Schlusler. Okay, we're going to show Austin Schlusler with Rock and Roll It Smoke against the bill, not testifying. Robert Garcia. We're going to show Robert Garcia registered for self against the bill, not testifying. Okay, chair calls Janice Harrison, Derek Stuckey, Colleen Phillips, Zachary Adair. Janice Harrison?
That's me.
That's you?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
we're going to start with you. I show you as Janice Harrison, registered on behalf of American Shaman and Self against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Chairman, representatives. So I'm a proud fifth-generation Texan and lifelong Republican. I'm against House Bill 28. My best friend Carol is the owner of American Shaman in Spring. I knew nothing about CBD, THC, hemp, but decided to help her out because she was having personnel problems. Then somehow I became the manager. My beautiful 103-year-old mother had a bad case of chronic bursitis in both her elbows at the time. She had been to the doctor numerous times and was prescribed creams. The doctor could drain it to give her some relief, but the pain and swelling would come back. She was told to go to an orthopedic doctor, but she tried our full spectrum cream first. After suffering for a couple years, it was gone within a matter of weeks and has not come back. I had a dreaded staph infection. I used blue LED light therapy, hydrogen peroxide, and colloidal silver, but it wouldn't quite heal. So I tried the full spectrum cream, and that staph infection was gone within 2 days for a total of 2 weeks treatment. I had a staph infection before that lasted for months under doctor's care and antibiotics and medicines. After taking the American Shaman tincture with a proprietary blend, my allergies have now disappeared. I know someone up there was talking about allergies earlier. The canine tincture saved my dog's life and has given a multitude of pets relief. None of these products are available on teacup. Quite honestly, I thought the endocannabinoid system and human receptors were hooey. I asked my near-genius neurosurgeon brother. He actually knew about it and told me it was not hooey. When I first started working at American Shaman, I was struck by the amount of people that came in for sleep issues, pain, and anxiety. To take this away from our great Texas neighbors would be a disservice.
Thank you for your testimony.
And would
Members,
harm
are
our community.
questions for this witness? Seeing none. Derek Stuckey?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I have Derek Stuckey testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'd like to add my business as well to that.
What is that?
Cannabusters, Inc.
Can you spell that?
Yes, CANNABUSTERS, Inc.
So now we show you as Derek Stuckey, Cannabusters, Inc., and self against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. I want to thank the committee and the chair for the time to speak to you and the time you're investing in this very, very important topic. I come at the industry a little bit different from folks. I am an odor control guy, saw the need in cannabis, and brought my product to the cannabis industry. The first year, 2019, we did 36 trade shows, and at every single trade show, one or more persons came by my booth and told me how they were sick or others that they knew and loved were sick and that the plant helped them. I was listening. Backstory, I pastored a church for almost 20 years, Pentecostal, very straight edge. And then the endocannabinoid research system came out, and I said to myself, if God made this plant and God made the body, and they click together for benefit, where's the problem? So I want to honor this committee and the state of Texas for giving attention to this important topic, and I really pray that you all proceed with great wisdom for the sake of the people of Texas, as well as for the sake of the plant. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, there are questions? Seeing none. Before we move on, the next panel will consist of Philip Snow, Christopher McCown, Logan Ferguson, Lisa Hill, Colleen Phillips. Ma'am, before we start, we have you registered twice, once for and once against. Which, are you against? So do I have your response or your permission to remove the registration that says you're for?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Okay. So we have Colleen, I'll show you, is Colleen Phillips testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Oh, you're fine. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Colleen Phillips, and I am a Texas mother of 3, 2 of whom have been diagnosed with serious life-altering neurological and autoimmune conditions. In 2021, my then 12-year-old daughter was diagnosed with B-cell leukemia. She endured 3 years of chemotherapy and suffered from full body pain, severe nausea, loss of appetite, and severe anxiety and trauma. I have since learned that full-spectrum CBD could have minimized these severe side effects of her chemo treatment. 3 years later, our youngest was diagnosed with generalized focal epilepsy. She was placed on a synthetic anti-seizure drug that caused devastating side effects. We've been advised she must remain on that drug for 2 more years. And here is where I draw the line. I will not let another child of mine have to live with the negative effects of pharmaceutical long-term daily administered drugs that cause more harm than healing. My epileptic daughter is not getting high. She's getting help. The full-spectrum CBD she takes includes 150 milligrams of THC per bottle, a 20-to-1 ratio. Under HB 28, this product would be banned because it exceeds a 10 milligram THC per package limit, even though it is administered in safe, doctor-supported doses of just 5 milligram THC per. My daughter should not be collateral damage to this hastily written bill. Texas legislatures have long supported parents' rights to make informed medical decisions for their children. If HB 28 is passed, it will not stop me from finding the best, safest treatment for her. Please do not put me in that position. Thank you for your time and for listening to my family's story.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there are questions for this witness? Seeing none. Zachary Adair? All right, we're going to show Zachary Adair representing the hemp man of Texas and against the bill, not testifying. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
All right, chair calls Philip Snow, Christopher McCown, Logan Ferguson, Lisa Hill. The next panel will consist of Kasra Shirazi, Joseph Mangione, Ariana Meller, and Atkia Khan. You do? Yeah. Okay. On Philip? Yeah, I don't know what I'm now. Okay. All right, Philip Snow. Before
Chair
we start,
King, thank you for the time today.
one second.
Oh.
Before we start, we have you registered twice.
Okay.
We have you registered twice. So we have you registered as against, and we have you registered as neutral. Which one are you?
Neutral.
You're neutral.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do we have your permission to remove the other registration?
You may.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So we show you as Philip Snow, representing
You want some help?
MC
MC Nutraceuticals.
Nutraceuticals. All right, that's a
Yep.
new word. All right,
There you
MC
go.
Nutraceuticals, and you are neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
I am, yes.
Please
So,
proceed.
Chair, thank you. Members of the committee, thank you as well. My name is Philip Snow, and I've been an attorney in this industry since 2011. And I've been help writing hemp legislation since the passage of the 2018 Farm Bill in 2018. And I've written legislation in states all over the country, red states, blue states, all different shapes and sizes, and kind of wanted to comment on, what we have in front of us here today with House Bill 28 and some of the pitfalls that we might be seeing with it, and kind of the idea that it would be forcing some of the people that use these products for functional relief into foregoing their ability to use their Second Amendment rights, as far as being veterans, things like that. Also wanted to just comment on the ability that if, some of these products are taken away, or if it's just a 10 milligram product that's allowed, a lot of those products would go away. They would go to the black market, the illicit market, the legacy market, and I think that's the last thing that we want from a purpose of regulatory capture. We're trying to regulate these products, put age restrictions on them, make sure that these don't get into the hands of children, and I think the right way to do that is regulate them rather than ban them. That's all I have. Thank you for your time, Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, questions to this witness? Seeing none, chair calls, we have I show Christopher McCown. Okay, we show you as Christopher McCown. You are representing the Hemp Corner and Self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, committee members. I'm here testifying against House Bill 28. I'm a heavy supporter of regulation, but the passing of House Bill 28 would destroy the majority of products that I sell in my stores that the federal government deemed legal in 2018. This bill would be limiting these products to only beverages that would essentially be restricted to only liquor stores. These two worlds don't always mix, and no one wants THC products to be marketed to kids either. In my stores that I sell these products in, you have to be 21 years or older to even enter, and drinks are only a small portion of the industry. We need to get it out of convenience stores and places where kids frequent, and the fact that it's a gummy is no longer an issue. I'm sorry. Some people do, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble reading this, but basically just saying this would be a horrible thing to pass. It would completely destroy everything that we've been working on for the last 6 years, and it helps way too many people to just disregard and throw away like this.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none? You're always better off just to tell us what you think than read to us.
Yes.
So I appreciate that. All right. We show Logan Ferguson. We show you as Logan Ferguson, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I stand in strong opposition to House Bill 28. While we recognize the intent behind House Bill 28 to implement clear regulations, it's critical to consider the broader consequences. As written, this bill would effectively push the hemp-derived products market under the control of the alcohol industry, creating a regulatory framework that disproportionately favors one sector over another. This shift could suppress competition, stifle small businesses, and lead to job losses for Texans who rely on the independent hemp industry to support their families and communities. We must also consider public safety. According to recent data, 42% of all traffic fatalities in Texas are due to alcohol-impaired driving, which is third most in the nation. In 2022 alone, our state saw over 26,000 alcohol-related crashes and more than 1,100 deaths, making it the deadliest drunk driving year in the state of Texas. Given these alarming trends, now is not the time to expand the market dominance of the alcohol industry. Instead, we should be considered policies that promote safer alternatives and support public health. Transparency is also an essential part of this discussion. Mr. Chairman, your campaign finance records show that in 2024, the Beer Alliance of Texas PACs contributed $20,000 to your campaign, which is fourth highest payee that year compared to $2,000 in 2022. While these contributions are legal, they underscore the importance of ensuring that the bill reflects the public interest, not just that of the well-funded industry groups. We urge the committee to amend or reject House Bill 28 in its current form and explore more equitable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, questions for this witness? I don't see
This is
any.
major too, so thank you.
we have Lisa Hill. We show you as Lisa Hill, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Hi, my name's Lisa Heel, and thank you, Chairman and committee members. I appreciate all of you being willing to listen today. I never thought I would be here. I'm here because I have experienced psychosis in my youngest son, a 26-year-old Texas A&M senior who is now on pause to reapply one day in my hopes and dreams. Although he has been severely damaged by the use of these THC products that are for sale in College Station, also in Cypress. I've given 3 testimonies which are being passed out, mine, my mother's, and my husband's. We've all been damaged. Our family has been damaged severely, but nothing compared to what's happened to my son. And I do believe that any form of THC is harmful. My son used drinks along with smokables. My son was craving THC, and he would do anything he could to get his hands on it. We had to call the police to help control him, although we did not want him arrested. We wanted help for him and our family. There's little help because the police says this is legal. The police were in my home looking at my son high on THC, saying there's nothing they can do, it's legal. He was dangerous to himself and others. He had to be taken to psychiatric hospitals. That was the only way to help him. And there is no way to help people that are using THC to the extreme addiction that it does compel a young 20-something user to use. Multiple families I've found have had 20-something college students using this drug to extreme psychosis. And the state needs to know. I mean, there's no help because they don't know they need help. They don't understand what terrible condition they were in. My son has been in multiple emergency rooms in College Station. The nurse said, "Did you use Delta 8?" And I was standing there. And I'd never heard of Delta 8. I didn't know what it was. I knew there was CBD for sale. Later, we had him in other...
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
And thank you for your written testimony as well. I'm sorry about your son. Members, are there questions for Ms. Hill? Mr. Phelan does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There was some earlier testimony stating that there have been studies that said that this only occurs when families who have bipolar or schizophrenia. I don't see anything in your testimony or the other 2 testimonies that show any family history of bipolar or schizophrenia, correct?
Absolutely not. No mental illness. My son was your classic beautiful Aggie, and he did not have mental illness. But when the psychiatrists see doctors, and one doctor, I want to bring her name up in Houston, Dr. Shaw, she's told me personally that she's trained a lot of the psychiatrists in the Houston area, and she told me a lot of doctors don't want to be psychiatrists because it's not the same as cancer. You can't go and do a test for it, or a biopsy or something like that, and mental. So when psychiatrists see these beautiful young people with bright futures under the influence of drugs, my son couldn't tell the mental hospital that he'd been using THC because he didn't hardly know who he was.
Sure. I'm just bringing it up because I thought it was terribly offensive, that previous testimony saying that this type of psychosis only happens in families with a history of mental illness. I thought that was profoundly offensive, and I apologize for it.
Thank you so much, because I firmly believe that the drug causes mental illness conditions, and I learned that it could be permanent. And because of that, I've done everything I can to isolate my son from any use, because I do not want him to become permanently mentally ill.
Thank you for that testimony. Mr. Speaker, you got any more questions? Members, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you all for being here. All right. Chair calls Kashra Shirazi, Joseph Mangione, Ariana Meller, Atquia Khan, maybe? All right, next panel will be what's this? Nishi, what? Whitaky? Whiteley. Next panel will be Nishi Whiteley, Joan Claire Rudy, Christopher Alden, Jose Perez. All right. Kashra Shirazi? Kashra Shirazi. Okay. We're going to show Kashra Shirazi, registered on behalf of Loud Puff, against the bill, not testifying. Joseph Mangione. Okay, we're going to show Joseph Mangione, registered on behalf of self and against the bill, not testifying. Ariana Miller. We have a winner. All right, Ariana Miller, we show you as here on behalf of yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Hello, good evening. I started the speech out saying good morning, but here we are.
It'll be morning before long. Just stay put.
My name is Ariana Meller. I know you've heard many compelling arguments and stories today about the negative effects of hemp, urging you to protect Texas and our children. While I understand these concerns, I'm here today to offer you another perspective. I am here today not just as a content creator with a platform, but as a mother, an advocate, and a community builder for women, especially moms, who have found healing, relief, and empowerment through cannabis. I'm here for moms just like me who seek relief in cannabis to help them slow down, be present, and regulate their nervous system in the times that motherhood feels overwhelming. I've dedicated my platform to breaking these stigmas around mothers who use cannabis responsibly. I am proudly holding a safe space where women can feel seen, supported, and less alone in a world that too often shames them for choosing this alternative wellness. And let me tell you, there are thousands of Texas moms who feel the same way, but they are too afraid to speak up because of this shaming judgment. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not against regulation. In fact, I support it. After hearing the stories shared today, it's obvious that thoughtful, responsible regulation is desperately needed. What I am against is HB 28's approach, because it's not true regulation, it's prohibition disguised as protection. You would be doing Texas a disservice by passing this bill. If safety is truly the concern, then let's focus on real regulation, set age limits, require lab testing, enforce clear labeling, and ensure products are only sold through licensed dispensaries. That's how we protect our communities, not by banning access, but by making it safer and more transparent. Passing HB 28 won't make all of these concerns raised here today go away. It will only drive them underground to a black market and hurt people who are using these products responsibly. So I urge you to please vote no on HB 28. Let's lead with compassion and
Thank you for your
move forward,
testimony.
not backwards. Love you
all right.
guys.
Ma'am, I have butchered your name so many times. Could you just say your name for the record?
Yeah, Akia Khan.
All right. And you are here representing Row Peace CBD Wellness?
Yes.
And you are against the bill?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Honorable members of the House, my name is Akia Khan, and I am proud to be a small business owner here in Austin, Texas. I help manage a group of stores called Row Peace CBD Wellness. I am part of the growing community of entrepreneurs who have found purpose and opportunity in the hemp industry, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of HB 28. Texas made a bold, forward-thinking move in 2019 when it legalized hemp. That decision didn't just create a new industry, it sparked innovation, rural investment, and new hope for entrepreneurs who want to grow businesses responsibly. Today, we're seeing the fruits of that policy, tens of thousands of jobs and billions in projected economic impact statewide. We hear every day the positive impact we've made in our communities by allowing our customers a legal, safe option for relief. Our customers have found a natural option for relief and don't want to go back to shady street dealers. I know there's concern about youth safety. We share those concerns. But banning hemp-derived products won't protect children. It will only create an unregulated black market. Responsible operators are already doing the work, verifying IDs, following strict verification standards, and educating customers. What we need is clear, fair regulation, not a rollback of progress. At Rowpiece, we serve over 19,000 customers who consistently tell us how vital these products are to their quality of life. Many rely on them to manage pain, stress, and other challenges, and fear losing access would mean returning to a lower standard of living. I understand that personally, as an individual with a chronic pain condition, hemp products helped me come off multiple medications whose side effects degraded my quality of life. Hemp products gave me back control of my own health. If these bans move forward, we risk collapsing an entire sector overnight, one that has been practicing transparency, compliance, and good faith under the laws that this legislature enacted. Let's continue down a path of growth, safety, and opportunity. I urge you to choose regulation over prohibition. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. You know, that was perfect. It was like exactly 2 minutes.
Oh, awesome.
Did you rehearse?
No, I didn't. I'm so nervous. You guys sat us in there for so long.
I think you did good.
Thank you.
Anyway, members, are questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you both for being here.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
All right. Chair calls Nishi Whiteley, Joan Claire Rudy, Christopher Alladin, and Jose Perez. The next panel will consist of Jacqueline Mangione, Shanna Gutierrez, John Elmore, and Carolyn Leeper. And you are?
Jose Perez.
All right. We have Jose Perez. You are registered to testify on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
So my name's Jose Perez. I come from a town called Eagle Pass, Texas. We're right on the border with Mexico. During the years of 2007 to 2012, I served as a deputy sheriff. During that time, I did experience large amounts of marijuana being smuggled across the border, and it did affect our community because at the time what they were using, a lot of people were talking about black market, but they don't understand the effect on the black market. They were targeting juveniles and people that were under the age of 18 to bring these products, large amounts of marijuana over the border. And I feel like the hemp market has really gotten rid of that. Now those numbers are non-existent. Back when I was working as a deputy sheriff, we're seizing hundreds of pounds a day. I personally seized thousands of pounds and also seized a lot of money going into Mexico. So, I'm here to testify against the bill, and hopefully my words make an impact.
I appreciate your testimony. Members, are questions for this witness? Okay. Mr. Perez, you were a deputy sheriff.
Yes, sir.
Is your testimony. What do you do now?
I now currently own Doobie's Hemp Co., and I employ over 20 employees in Eagle Pass.
Okay.
And we grew very fast, and we've been educating the community, and we've been trying our best to keep compliant and to educate the community as well.
So would it be a fair statement of your testimony based on your prior life and what you do now that legalization, proper legalization with regulation, cuts down on trafficking?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're
100%. Yes,
what
sir.
you're telling us?
I didn't experience THC till I was 30 years old. And as a deputy sheriff, I was always taught that was bad, by my colleagues and everybody else working with me. But when I got to experience it over, after being out of the field for so long, and I got to see what it was like, it changed my life. Now I own 5 stores.
I appreciate that.
Now I'm trying to make a difference.
Well, I appreciate your testimony and a couple different perspectives there. That was good. Members, are there other questions, Mr. Perez? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Okay.
Thank you.
No, I don't think any.
Okay. Nishi Whiteley. Are you Nishi Whiteley? No. Okay. We're going to show Nishi Wiley, registered for self, neutral on the bill, not testifying. Joan Claire Rudy, last call. Joan Claire Rudy, we're going to show here on behalf of self and against the bill. Christopher Alden, we're going to show Christopher Alden as registered for self and against the bill, not testifying. Thank you, Mr. Perez. Thank you. Okay, chair calls Jacqueline Mangione, Shanna Gutierrez, John Elmore, Caroline Leeper. Mr. Elmore?
John Elmore, yes, sir.
1 second, please. Next panel to be called should consist of Rhiannon Yard. Okay. Jane Turner, Amar Yusuf,
That was convenient.
and Daniel Turbin. Ma'am, we're not ready for you. That's the next
I
panel.
was excited.
Okay. We have you as John Elmore testifying on behalf of self, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, and testifying on behalf of Green Cross, my business.
Okay, we need to change that because that's all you are registered for is self. Who do you want to testify on behalf of?
Green Cross, ATX.
Green Cross A2X. Give us 1 second to get the paperwork.
Thank you.
Straight. Okay, now we show you as John Elmore testifying on behalf of Green Cross ATX and self, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
So I have a 2-minute script, but you said speak from the heart, so, I could talk testimonies all day. Heard tear-drenching testimonials. We can talk taxes. We can talk teacup. I personally am responsible for over $300,000 in taxes this year, running a very compliant, responsible business. As far as testimonials go, I've had customers come in and just tell me, my wife had cancer for 2 years. We discovered your shop 6 months ago. Before that, she was bedridden and just couldn't do a thing. After we found your shop and products, we were able to enjoy ourselves, go on walks, watch sunsets, laugh, enjoy life. I've got so many testimonials like that. It's mind-boggling that, they want to come in and take a federally legal product and channel all the money to teacup. It's all about a monopoly, and it's all about corporations and lobbying and big money coming in. I don't know where my time is. I don't know if y'all have any questions regarding that or any other testimonials, but this is God's candy. It's God's gift to us. Somebody mentioned endocannabinoid systems and this plant that's all natural. So it goes hand in hand, and that's what I got.
Thank you for that testimony. Members, questions for Mr. Elmore? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Do I need to cancel them out? Jacqueline Mangione. Okay, we're going to show Jacqueline Mangione is here to testify for self against the bill, not testifying. Shanna Gutierrez. Okay, we're going to show Shanna Gutierrez as registered on behalf of myself and self against the bill, not testifying. Carolyn Leeper. We're going to show Carolyn Leeper here to testify on behalf of self against the bill, not testifying. Okay. I'm going to make just the announcement again. If you're still in the overflow room and you're testifying on House Bill 28, please come over to the main hearing room. Okay. All right, chair calls. How do you say? Rhiannon Yard? Rhiannon, okay. I had it right. Rhiannon Yard, Jane Turner, Amar Yousaf, and Daniel Turbin. Okay. All right. Rhiannon Yard, we show you as testifying for self and against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
All right. Well, here we are. Thank you for hearing me out. This is history in the making. But ask yourself, what side of it do you want to be on? An industry killer or an industry creator? My name is Rhiannon Yard. I've been in the cannabis industry for almost a decade, working as a compliance specialist and a consultant in California. I now own and operate Hemp Guy in Waco, Texas, where I proudly carry Texas hemp-made products and provide safe, affordable access for my community. And I'm here to say I oppose HB 28. Honestly, I'm pretty confused. I thought we wanted to make America healthy again, and hemp is helping do that exactly. You've heard the testimony. It's improving lives. You can try to kill this industry, but it's not going anywhere. It's global. Canada, Germany, and in case you've forgotten, we have e-commerce. You can't ban the internet. HB 28 makes no sense. Giving THC access only to beverage companies, it's the same molecule whether you smoke it, eat it, or drink it. That's like saying you can take ibuprofen, but only if it's in liquid form. No pills allowed. It's nonsense. Texas has an opportunity to do this and lead the nation and do it right. If enforcement is a challenge, let's talk certification, education, standard operating procedures, even video inspections. Other states are doing that, and it works. I understand the concerns from parents, but to blame THC for all the mental health issues is a stretch. Alcohol is far more dangerous than hemp ever will be. I heard people talking about their steel doors and bulletproof windows at their hemp dispensaries. That is overkill. There are cigarettes and alcohol at the grocery stores. We need to remove the taboo. It's so much safer than cigarettes and booze. Let's move forward, not backwards. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that testimony. Members, are there questions for this witness? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for that. Jane Turner. All right, we're going to show Jane Turner registered for self against the bill, not testifying. Amar Yousaf. Okay, we're going to show Amar Yousaf registered on behalf of Jasani LLC and self, and he was fourth of bill, imagine. He's not here. So we're going to show him for the bill, not testifying. Daniel Turbin?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have you as Daniel Turbin, self, against the bill.
I'm also a co-owner of Cozy Cannabis.
Okay, hang on one second. We have to change that. Did you say Cozy?
Cozy.
Okay.
C-O-Z-Y.
We have you as Daniel Turbin, representing Cozy Cannabis and self and against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good evening. I'm here today to oppose HB 28 because this bill doesn't regulate, it bans. It would eliminate federally legal THC products and risk banning smokable hemp flower, one of our most natural and widely used forms of cannabis. We must protect the flower. Hemp flower is not synthetic. It is the raw and processed plant with beneficial cannabinoids like CBD, CBG, and legal levels of THC. It helps people manage pain, anxiety, PTSD, and more. My mom has Parkinson's disease, and hemp gives her comfort, improves her mobility, and helps with the side effects of her treatment. This plant has given her real life relief and support. We've built a safe, self-regulated space that is strictly 21 and up, where people can access lab-tested, clean products. We check IDs, educate our customers, and we offer real alternatives to opiates and alcohol. This is not a free-for-all. It is a responsible community-focused space built on compassion and care. Meanwhile, the state still allows Fireball mini bottles, an alcoholic product that looks and tastes very much like candy, to sit on the store shelves where kids can see them and try to access. and along with other similar products. Yet lawmakers want to ban hemp flower, a plant that's never caused a single overdose or death. This is not a safety concern, this is hypocrisy. Let's be clear, cannabis is not alcohol. It doesn't carry the same public health risks or addiction rates. We do not need bans. We need smart cannabis-specific policy based on science and public demand. That means testing, age limits, proper labeling, childproof packaging, zoning, and licensing, not destroying an entire industry and putting thousands of Texans out of work. Please reject this bill. I ask y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Tubman. Members, questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you both for being here.
Thank y'all.
All right, chair calls Armand Jasani, Nicholas Juan, Christy McGaffey, is that right? McGaffey, Christy McGaffey, Amado Nito. Christy?
Yes.
Okay. We show you as Christy McGaffey, representing Redbird Hemp, Texas Hemp Coalition, and self, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct. Last name is pronounced McGoy.
McGoff.
It's
what?
Awesome.
What'd you say?
Last name is pronounced McGoy. It's hard.
McGoy.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, I never got
You
that.
wouldn't have guessed that.
Okay, Christy McGoy. We show you as Christy McGoy, Redbird Hemp, or representing Redbird Hemp, Texas Hemp Coalition, and self, and you're against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good evening, and thank you so much for taking time to hear our voices today. My name is Christy McGoy. I'm a small business owner of Redbird Hemp in Temple, Texas, and a THC member of Texas Hemp Coalition. Today, I'm speaking in opposition of HB 28 and how it's currently proposed. If this bill is passed, it will have negative effects not only for hemp businesses and their employees, but to thousands of clients, including myself, that rely on safe access to hemp. I've personally seen clients that can hardly smile from pain transform into people who are enjoying their lives in ways that they've never imagined possible. While I do appreciate Delta 8 being added into the bill, I do think that milligram caps should be looked at a little more extensively. From my time in the industry, which has been approximately 6 years, I've seen many clients respond well with 20 milligram dosaging. This milligram amount can drastically change up or down, and that's because our endocannabinoid systems are unique to us. A product that works well for one might not do the same for another. I always encourage starting low and slow with dosing, especially whenever it comes to edibles. But not all of our clients get the relief that they're needing from conditions like chronic pain, insomnia, PTSD, and others with a 10 milligram dose. I also worry about other great cannabinoids being excluded from this bill, such as CBN, CBC, and THCV. These cannabinoids are non-intoxicating and can help with a range of conditions such as dementia, Alzheimer's, PTSD, anxiety, depression, insomnia, and more. I'm 100% for stricter regulations being put into place, such as 21 and up purchasing requirements, childproof packaging, exit bags, and full panel lab testing from DEA accredited lab facilities, including heavy metal and pesticide testing. I also encourage the creation of a regulatory advisement board to help monitor registered retailers and manufacturers.
Thank you for that testimony.
Thank you.
Members, are questions? This witness.
Thank you all very much.
Seeing none, thank you. It's getting late. What?
We haven't called them yet.
All right. Well, what did? They didn't come up here.
Well, yeah, but we gotta show this.
Right. All right. Armand Jasani. All right, we're going to show Armand Jasani here representing Smoke Zone and Self, and was for the bill, not testifying. We're going to show Nicholas Juan. Nicholas Juan, we're going to show is here for Self and against the bill, not testifying. Amado Nito. We're going to show Amato Nito here for self, against the bill, not testifying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great evening.
Okay. All right, Chair calls Jesse Allen. Nick Mortellaro. Keelang Wong. Miranda Gentile. All right. Jesse Allen?
Yes.
You're Jesse, okay. We show Jesse Allen, registered on behalf of self, and are for the bill.
For the cause, against the bill. It's a little
Okay,
typo there.
well, we need to change that.
Yes.
So you're against the bill?
Correct.
Okay. Give us one, do we have your permission to change that in the
Yes.
registry? Thank you. Give us just a second. All right, now we have Jesse Allen, registered on behalf of self and against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Jesse Allen, and I own a licensed hemp retail store here in Texas. I sympathize for the people who've had to deal with horribly made products. The results, as we know, are absolutely devastating. My condolences. I pray those that can recover and live happy, healthy lives. Cannabis has been used as a medicine for thousands of years, yet here we are. We Texans hold ourselves to a high standard, but right now, with House Bill 28, we're looking a little foolish. Let us not let greed and scarcity dominate our local government. There's more tax dollars to be made, more jobs to be created, and most importantly, more lives to be healed. I agree rigorous testing and responsible regulation are necessary. Consumer safety should always come first, but the answer isn't overregulation that hurts small businesses like mine. The answer is smarter oversight. As retailers, it's our responsibility to sift through products to keep dangerous, low-quality items off our shelves. I take that responsibility seriously, and I believe every dispensary and store should be held to the same high standard. Our focus should be on the manufacturers out there trying to make a quick buck without concerning for safety or quality. We should be targeting them, not shutting down businesses that are doing it right. Let's work together to create fair, effective regulations that protect people without destroying livelihoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, or questions of this witness? Seeing none, Mr. Allen, thank you for being here. Nick Mortellaro? Okay, we're going to show Nick Mortellaro representing Vice Vending, Botanic Bliss, and self, against the bill, not testifying. Keelang Wong? Okay, we're going to show Keelang Wong representing High Res Labs for the bill, not testifying. Miranda Gentile?
Hello.
All right. We have Miranda Gentile. We show you're testifying on behalf of yourself and against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please proceed.
Thank you for being here this evening. My name is Miranda. I am the owner of Green Chick. It's a retail establishment specializing in THCA, CBD, and hemp products. As a hands-on business owner, I have had the privilege of building personal relationships with my diverse client base, ranging in age from 21 over to 70 plus. My clients come in seeking alternative solutions for various health concerns, including pharmaceutical dependence, alcoholism, insomnia, anxiety, stress, and appetite issues. I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of our products on their well-being, with numerous testimonials attesting to the relief that they have experienced. In light of recent discussions surrounding regulation, I strongly believe that while some oversight is necessary, a complete ban would have far-reaching and devastating consequences. It would not only jeopardize the livelihoods of numerous individuals employed within our industry, but also undermine the health and well-being of our community members who rely on these products. Furthermore, a ban would inevitably drive individuals back to illicit markets, reigniting the host of associated problems. I urge policymakers to consider the real-world implications of their decisions and to work towards finding a balanced solution that promotes public safety while preserving access to these beneficial products. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions? Ms. Gentile? Seeing none. Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You say that? I have no idea. My high, maybe?
May I?
May,
Okay. I'm going to give it a shot. May I? Hey? Afik? Colleen Phillips? And Heberto Green? I'm, just for the record, would you say your name? Because I know I said it wrong.
Mehai.
Mehai.
Yes.
Is that right? Afik?
Yes, sir.
Mehai Afik, we show you are here on behalf of yourself, and you're for the bill?
I'm against.
Okay, we have you registered as for it. I have your permission to change it.
All right. No, I'm against.
We have your permission to change
Yes.
it in the record. 1 second. Okay, now we have you as here registered as self, and you are against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please proceed.
All right. My name is Mehai Afik, father of one out of Houston, Texas, representing myself. I testify against.
Sir, would you testify closer to the microphone so we can
Sure.
thank you?
My name is Mehai Afik, father of one out of Houston, Texas, representing myself. I testify against. I'm suffering from two back hemorrhoid discs, L4, L5, and L5S1. Been suffering over 25 years from severe back and leg pain. Sometimes to the point that I can't drive, walk, or do basic motorized activities. I've been subscribed for multiple different types of pills. I took several epidural steroid injections and nerve blocks. I couldn't find any solution that can actually help me to cope with the pain for a long time. At some point, around a year and a half ago, I found a CBD cream that actually helps me, and I may say this product have changed my life, helping me to cope with my severe back and leg pain within minutes after I'm applying it on my lower back. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Afik, before we let you go, we have a duplicate registration too. Do we have your permission to delete one of them?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Remember, there are questions for this witness. Seeing none? That is it. All right. Okay. All right. That concludes public testimony on House Bill 28. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, House Bill 28 will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. House Bill 28 is left pending. All right. If there's no objection, chair hears none. House Bill 28 is left pending at this time.